I think I'm alive. Am I alive? Hello world. It is I, your Lord and Saviour.
Toss away ego to attain selflessness.
Yo, what's up, Dank? How's it going, man? I think I've got everything ready. Do another 5 minutes, but like it's all set up and working. Yo, 7. Swinging bar on lunch break. That's dedication to your craft. I respect that. Dhalsim players, there's no downtime. It's just work, work, work. You get a gap, use it to play Dhalsim. You know, I respect that. Or learn the Dhalsim stuff. Yo, Galagus1. Good afternoon, man. Hope you're ready for a kind of different stream to anything I've done in the past. Like, I don't think I've not ever done a stream that I had to actually do prep for before. So if this is a disaster, that's why. I actually had to do work before the stream. As unimaginable as that sounds. Yo, C-Cat. Looking forward to this. I'm glad to hear it. Nice to hear. Damn. Yosho, thank you very much for the $5 donation, man. That's very kind. Thank you. I can't, what does it say? Oh, good luck, broski. Thank you very much. This is kind of an ambitious project for me. Am I going to VOD it? Yeah. So the VOD will be up on my Twitch channel straight away. I don't think I have VODs set to subscriber only. So theoretically, you should be able to see the VOD straight away. But assuming it's not been a disaster, I'm going to take the VOD afterwards and upload it to YouTube. And then I'll send out links to that as well. Yeah. That's the plan. That's the plan at least right now. But just a warning in advance, this is probably going to be quite a talking heavy and gameplay light stream, just because I've got a lot to cover. As you can see at the top of the screen, I've put in a note that says you can basically all of yesterday I spent, well, not all of yesterday, about half of yesterday putting together a gigantic Google document with all of the technical stuff that I can't remember. That I'm going to cover basically over the course of this stream. So if you want to peek ahead at roughly what we're going to be covering, the link to the document is just below the stream, so you can have a look. Yo, what's up, Shakespeare? Yeah, I'm doing a Dhalsim tutorial today. That's going to be the main focus of the stream. Where are we? All right, 6 o'clock. Cool. So, where do I start? I guess I'll just start off, just for anyone in the stream who doesn't know who I am. I'm Broski. I play Dhalsim in Street Fighter V. Pretty much since the start of Street Fighter V. I'm not a lifetime Dhalsim main. I didn't play him in like Super Turbo and Alpha 3 and all those other stuff, but I really like him in this game, and I kind of want to make sure that everyone else can appreciate this character too. Because I feel like I've definitely talked to a lot of people who've all said that they think Dhalsim's kind of cool. They like to watch him on streams and they think he's an interesting character. But the knowledge base for Dhalsim is kind of not centralized. You know, there's lots of little fragments of Dhalsim information out there, but there's no real, like, as far as I know, there's no like good, solid tutorial for this character in Street Fighter 5. From the perspective of a Dhalsim main, there's quite a lot of tutorials out there that just cover like general stuff that you can figure out within a few hours of playing the character. But like the idea here is like from a perspective of someone who's been playing this character for close to, well, over 2 years at this point. So yeah. Also, just for the sake of the VOD, I'm recording this 2 months after Arcade Edition dropped. So if this ends up showing up on YouTube 6 years down the line and it's all hideously out of date, that just gives some context of when I did this tutorial. So if the frame data is wrong, if the combos are wrong, that's why. I blame that. Okay, so got that out of the way. So I'm just going to sort of start off by just covering the basics of what Dhalsim is. I don't want to jump straight in with the too technical stuff. So in Street Fighter 5, Dhalsim's playstyle is quite different to his normal playstyle in past games. Traditionally, Dhalsim's been like an extreme zoner in the sense that he wants to spend the entire round with you as far away as possible, and his defense is often very weak, and generally you want to keep them at a distance, but if they get in, that can often end the game. Now that's true to an extent in Street Fighter 5. He's not massively different, but he also has quite strong rushdown as well. So you can play him as an offensive and defensive character, and one of the most important parts of the character is knowing when to jump between offense and defense, but I'll cover that more later on. What else have I got to cover? Okay, so one of the other things is that Street Fighter 5 introduced a system mechanic that wasn't present in any previous Street Fighter game, which is that normals, when blocked, inflict grey damage, for those who don't know. And what that means is that, and this is only for mediums and heavies, it doesn't affect lights, but for mediums and heavies, if I'll just demonstrate real quick. I know those of you who already play Street Fighter 5, this is all very obvious. I'm trying to cover this from basic to advanced level, so I'm just starting off with the obvious stuff, just to explain that. And also, before I get too into it, I just want to say that the perspective of this is going to be coming from someone who ideally should know the basics of the game's terminology. I'm not expecting this to be a complete beginner tutorial. You have to understand things like what +3 means. So if you're not sure about that very basic stuff, go look at like a very beginner's tutorial of just the game's system mechanics, just to give some background. But anyway, where was I? So in Street Fighter 5, mediums and heavies inflict grey life on block, as you'll see in the top right hand corner, which is not a feature that's been present in any previous game, and it adds an extra layer to Dhalsim's zoning, because usually you could just block all this and not really be threatened at all. But now Akuma's lost a fifth of his HP just from blocking normals, and that's why Dhalsim's zoning becomes more interesting in this game, I think, because you feel more pressured to do something, to go on the offensive, to try and stop that grey life build-up. So I think that system mechanic greatly changed Dhalsim and how he functions in this game. Okay, so why would you want to play Dhalsim? So if you're not already interested in the character, I would say he's a technically complex character. He's got a lot of things that are complex both from an execution standpoint and also just in terms of his game plan. He's not like any other character in the game, and that puts a lot of people off. They'll start off with Ryu or any other character that's considered like a mainstay of the series, and find Dhalsim just too weird, too unusual, too separate from all the other characters, and just sort of give up. So although he is technically complex, he is very highly rewarding as well. Like, part of the reason why I like Dhalsim in this game is because I feel like when I win, occasionally some of the wins are, shall we say, less than honest, but overall I think he's a really, really rewarding character, and it feels good to win with Dhalsim. And also, it just in terms of a balance perspective, with the way that he's been changing in the tier lists in every version of Street Fighter 5, he's gradually been moving upwards. So if you're aiming to have a character that's top tier by the final iteration of Street Fighter 5 that just gets stronger and stronger, Dhalsim might be a good character to bet on, because he consistently improves in basically every patch. But that's just gamble. I can't guarantee. The value of Dhalsim may go up as well as down. But it's looking good so far. Oh, sorry, one last thing before I continue, actually. Chat interaction. So, because the plan is to put this VOD on YouTube, it generally won't have Twitch chat next to it. So, if you have any questions in Twitch chat that are relevant to the bits that I'm covering at that time, feel free to ask. But if you're asking something that's quite separate from with the area that I'm covering at the moment, then I'll generally ignore it or leave it for later. So feel free to ask questions, but try and keep them consistent with the current area of discussion, if that makes sense. And he can spit fire. That's a very important aspect. Yes. So just to briefly go over Dhalsim's history in Street Fighter V so far, just in terms of his tier placement, which is again something that a lot of people will agree and disagree on, but it's just as a general overview. In Season 1, his tools were generally on the weaker side. His defense was quite bad, and he struggled basically. But the silver lining in Season 1 was that the top tier characters like Ryu and Chun-Li weren't actually terrible matchups for him. Dhalsim was quite good as an anti-meta character in Season 1 because he had good matchups against what people considered the stronger characters. But he still got mauled by characters like Mika, who could rush him down and end the game in seconds. Season 2 rolled around. His tools got stronger, although he did get some unusual nerfs, which, to this day, I'm still not convinced were a great idea, but that's a story for another time. But unfortunately, in Season 2, although he overall got buffed, his worst matchups became the new set of top-tier characters. So, like, Rashid became top-tier in Season 2. Balrog became top tier in Season 2, and these were definitely the hardest matchups for Dhalsim. So it was kind of like a one step forward, one step back situation in terms of the tier placement. At the end, midway through Season 2, he in the Season 2.1, whatever you want to call it, balance patch, he also got a new normal, which I'll go into more detail when I get there. Which was a mild buff. It wasn't game changing, but it was a nice little buff. And then in Arcade Edition, where we are now, I say that he's probably the strongest iteration of Dhalsim so far. He got a new V trigger, which has lots of potential, and we're still constantly finding new uses for it. His anti-airs across the board got improved. They're still not perfect, but they're better. So generally, it was all pluses in the patch list. It wasn't a huge list of buffs, but he did get generally nothing but buffs, which is fine. Although on the downside, he's still weak to Rashid, and Colleen became a new threat for Dhalsim. It was a bad matchup already. It got worse in AE because of Colleen's buffs. So the sort of Balrog and Colleen switched places in terms of Dhalsim's worst matchups, going from Season 2 to Arcade Edition. But I don't want to get too deep into the tier stuff yet. We'll get there. Okay, so moving on to the actual game side of things. Colleen got worse, yeah. Dhalsim has 925 health, which is close to but not the lowest in the game. So he's a fragile character. He also has 950 stun, which again is below average, and again makes him fragile. He's I don't know if glass cannon is the right word because he doesn't do huge damage either. But you've got to keep in mind when you're playing Dhalsim, you aren't going to be surviving 30 combos back to back. You aren't Abigail, for example. His walk speed is close to the slowest in the game. I'm not sure if it's exactly the slowest. I'm just demonstrating his forward and back walk speed. I think Bison's might be marginally slower, but it's close to the slowest walk speed in the game. Now this might seem terrible, but it's basically not an issue because Dhalsim has so many other methods of movement, which I'll go over later. But you can do stuff like drills, slides, teleports, float. You've got all sorts of different options for movement other than just walking backwards and forwards. But it is something to be aware of. Dhalsim has bad walking movement. It's very slow. Dhalsim's jump is the single slowest in the game, at 72 frames from start to finish. But again, that's kind of a deceptive number because it gives the impression that he's just bad from an aerial perspective because he's so slow in the air. But once again, you can sort of offset by the fact that he has so many options in the air. He's got float, he's got air teleports, he's got EX Gale. all sorts of stuff which I'll cover in more detail, but he has lots of aerial movement options which sort of negate the fact that his jump is incredibly slow. To the point that you'll almost never ever see a Dhalsim do a full jump like that. You'll almost never see a Dhalsim player go through the entire jump without doing something to change the jump arc or move differently. So yeah. So on the surface, Dhalsim's movement seems bad, but it's kind of made good by his normal specials and V skill. Forward dash. So Dhalsim's forward dash is 21 frames from start to finish, which is slower than average, but not terrible. It's not the worst in the game. Also, interestingly, and I think Dhalsim is the only character with this property, his forward dash has a few frames of low profile. As you can see, when he steps forward, he sort of ducks. And there aren't many uses for this, I'll be honest. But just to demonstrate this, if I get Akuma to do his EX Dragon Punch, so I think this is the easiest way of demonstrating. Okay. You see his EX Dragon Punch has 2 reps, so he'll go up once, land, and then go up a second time. Dhalsim's forward dash is interesting because you can do that. You can dash using low profile to get in between the 2 hits with a forward dash. Now, if I compare that to another character real quick, I'm just going to jump back out of Dhalsim. It's alright. Akuma's only going to be my training dummy for the first few bits. It's just that he has a few useful things to show off. But if I set it to, for example, an Akuma mirror match, and do the same exact thing again, I'll try and dash through in between the first and second reps of his EX Dragon Punch. See, can't do it. So it's just a minor thing to know about Dhalsim. This is often more useful to know from the perspective of fighting against Dhalsim. If he's forward dashing and you're doing, for example, a jumping normal, there's an increased chance that you'll whiff because for a few frames in the middle, his hitbox shrinks. His hurtbox shrinks lower to the floor. So minor thing, but something to be aware of. Right, and his backdash, I'll go over his backdash now, is 25 frames, which again is a slow backdash. It has throw-in vulnerability on startup. Stop doing that. It has throw-in vulnerability on startup like every other dash in the game. Sorry, every other backdash in the game. It doesn't cover a huge distance, and it has quite a lot of recovery. Again, backdashes, the frame data is more universal for backdashes than it is for forward dashes. So 25 frames is roughly par for the course, slightly slow but not terrible. But the real weakness of Dhalsim's backdash is just that it doesn't cover much range. You don't go back very far, and it's quite easy to see it coming. But it has uses for screen movement, but it's not the best. I suppose is the only thing to mention. And in terms of the final thing in the system mechanics, Dhalsim's throw range is the same for back throw and forward throw, which I think is a universal thing in Street Fighter V. I think universally, I could be wrong about this, but I think they've made it so that forward throws and back throws have the exact same range, so that you can't do like Kara back throw. Dhalsim's throw range is, and this number probably doesn't mean anything to anyone, it's 0.85, which, again, that doesn't mean much to anyone, because people don't think of this in terms of numbers, but just to put that into context, he has one of the longer throw ranges in the game. The only characters with longer throw ranges than that is Bison and Grapplers. So like Bison, Alex, Zangief, Birdie, Abigail. These characters have longer throws, but in terms of non-Grapplers, non-Bison, Dhalsim's throw range comes in at a sort of second place after all those guys. So he'll grab from fairly far away. And I think that the reason that they gave him a longer grab than normal is kind of just to offset his slow movement speed. If his grab range was really short with this terrible movement speed on the ground in terms of walking, there's a good chance that you'd never be able to throw anyone because you'd never be in range to throw. You'd have to like, walk up really slowly and then grab. So yeah, so I think that's just a side effect of his slow walk speed, his long grab range. Okay, so that's just covered all the system mechanics. Now I'm going to cover grounded normals. I'm just going to go through all of the grounded normals and give you some information about them all. So, let's start with the very first one, which is Stand Light Punch. It's an overhead chop. I say overhead, it doesn't hit high. It's not an actual high attack. Now, this move's interesting because it's the only move, as far as I'm aware, in the game with a dedicated difference in its frame data when used as an anti-air versus a ground normal. Now, what I mean by that is that if you look in the frame data for this attack, in various frame data tools like Frame Trapped, for example, or FAT, it'll say it's the 3-frame attack. And a lot of people read that and go, wow, Dhalsim's got a 3-frame normal? That's really strong. 3 frames are the fastest lights in the game. It's not that simple. The way this normal works is it has a hitbox above Dhalsim's head for anti-airing after 3 frames, but the hitbox that will hit you if you're standing in front of him in the second part of the move, like this, that comes out only on the 4th frame. So it's 3 frames when used as an anti-air above Dhalsim's head, but it's 4 frames when used as a grounded normal. Just keep that in mind. It's +5 on hit, which allows you to link into any other light. You can do stand light punch, stand light punch, stand light punch, crouch light punch, light punch, light kick, and light punch, crouch, light kick. So you can link any other light from it without a counter hit. Quite nice. It's also +3 on block, which makes it the best frame advantage Dhalsim has on any of his grounded normals, applied with crouch heavy punch. So that's +3 on block. +3 on block, and that's +3 on block. But I'll go into crouch heavy punch later. But just in terms of frame advantage, stand light punch is the best of all of his lights and mediums. What else? Get my spreadsheet up real quick. Okay, so in terms of the range on stand light punch, horizontally, again, it has it's not the longest range like normal. Stand light kick goes further. So like there's your whiff stand light punch at this range, but stand light kick will connect. But it's not the shortest either. It has more range than crouch light punch, so it's kind of the middle. It's the middle button in terms of horizontal distance. Like crouch light punch should whiff about here. If I can find the right range for it. There we go. So it's marginally longer than crouch light punch, but not a big difference. And in terms of its usage as an anti-air, this is an interesting topic because without wanting to go into too much detail about the changes to Dhalsim across the various versions, this has been nerfed as an anti-air as a result of general system mechanics trying to make jab anti-airs worse several times. So it was nerfed going from Season 1 to Season 2 in terms of hitbox and hurtbox positioning as an anti-air, and then it was nerfed again recently going from Season 2 to Arcade Edition. Now despite that, it is still useful as an anti-air, although it's not as useful as it used to be. In Season 1, this thing was the god of anti-airs. Like, you could just jab anti-air forever, and it would beat anything above Dhalsim's head free. Right now, it has a use as an anti-air, if I can just demonstrate real quick, but generally only in situations where the opponent is coming down directly on top of Dhalsim. If they're in front of him, it won't work as reliably as it used to, I should say. So... like that. So you see, if I've got Akuma coming down in front of me, I can get it to win clean. It's much easier if he's coming down on top of me. So it does have utility as an anti-air, but as I say, it's a lot riskier than it used to be. It's definitely been nerfed over the course of the last couple of patches, so just be aware of that when you're using it. There are better anti-airs to use above your head, but in terms of its startup, it's the most useful anti-air, just because if you've done something that's left you very negative and you need to do a last second anti-air, it's the only anti-air with 3 frame startup above his head, so that's its main use. Right. Okay. So, crouch light punch. This is 4 frame startup, so effectively the same as stand light punch on the ground. It has less range, as I said, than stand light punch. It's +4 on hit, which still allows you to link into any other light, because all of his lights are 4 frames. So all of these work. and it's only +1 on block. So that's something to be aware of with this character. That you'll see a lot of people do is this string, which I'll cover more in detail later. But effectively, what you need to know is that Crouch Light Punch doesn't have as much frame advantage as people give it credit for. It's only +1 on block. So going into back medium kick has a big gap in the middle. It's not a legit block string. Oh, and I should just say, before I finish, Stand Light Punch and Crouch Light Punch, both special cancelable. And they're also both super cancelable and V-trigger cancelable as well. But I'll go into that later. Okay, next normal, Stand Light Kick. Stand Light Kick is a very good normal. Stand Light Kick is 4 frame start, like all his other lights. It's only +3 on hit, so you can't link any other normals after it without counter hit. Only +3, so I can't do like Stand Light Kick, Stand Light Punch. Or Stand Light Kick, Stand Light Kick. None of this works. Generally, this is the light you'll use at the end of your string. And the reason for that is it has by far the longest range of his non-slide lights. So like, this, let me just reset Akuma. So at this kind of range, Stand Light Punch doesn't work, Crouch Light Punch doesn't work, Stand Light Kick does reach. And that range is actually so good that it'll beat a lot of mediums. I think it has slightly more range than things like Karin's Crouch Medium Punch, so it's a very good poking tool in close range distance. And you can buff as the same with the light punches. It's also special cancelable, and also super cancelable and V-trigger cancelable like the others. Okay. It also has the least pushback on block. This is an important thing to mention before I forget. It has the least pushback on block of all of Dhalsim's lights. So if I kind of show you, yeah, that's a good way to demonstrate it. So if you look at Dhalsim's, well, his left hand, the right hand from our perspective, which is overlapping with Akuma, you'll see that after one Standing Light Punch, my hand is no longer overlapping with Akuma's torso, it's only overlapping with his arm, right? And if I do Crouch Light Punch, once again, my hand is only overlapping with his arm and not his torso. If I do Stand Light Kick, my hand, you can see it's still slightly overlapping with his torso. So it has the least pushback of all of his lights, and it's +2 on block, which makes it Dhalsim's best tick throw button, since throws have 5 frame start up, and that makes there a 3 frame gap on block. So this is Dhalsim's best tick throw, Stand Light Kick into throw. These other lights have too much pushback. You can sort of tick throw with jab, but you have to sort of micro walk forward afterwards to make it really work well. What else? Stand Light Kick. Least pushback, best tick throw. Yeah, okay, let's move on. Crouch Light Kick. Crouch Light Kick. So Crouch Light Kick is a slide. He does a little slide across the floor. And this is kind of a weird one. It's 4 frames start up, but only on the first active frame. So for example, if I do it at this, like at point blank, it starts up at 4 frames. But if I space it a bit, like that, that's sort of like 5 or 6 frames start up because of the travel time in between. So that's something to be aware of. It's -4 on hit and -7 on block, which sounds crazy and is a bit crazy. So -4 on hit means that even on hit, every character in the game can punish it point blank with a 4 frame normal. On hit, this is. And as I say, on block, it's -7, which is very punishable. Now this move has lots of utility, but most of the utility doesn't come from using it as an actual attack with the intent to hit the opponent, okay? So it has very strong low profile utility. You see Dhalsim sort of tucks close to the floor. You can use that for a lot of different things. One thing you can use it for is going under fireballs. Now, I won't recommend this compared to his other slides, because it's... I'll show you in a second, but basically, because it's so quick... Let's do that again. Because it's so quick, the little light kick slide, it tends to run out of low profile frames before the fireball's finished passing over you. So it is possible to low profile fast fireballs, but stuff like that will happen quite a lot, where you get under it most of the way, but get clipped because you're getting back up afterwards. So it's quite quick. I think it is possible to low profile this without getting hit. Try that again. But it's very tight. But generally, I don't recommend using light kick to get under projectiles. But it is possible. I'm determined to prove it. There we go. So like that. But the timing's very tight. The more useful low profile utility of crouch light kick is to get under aerial approaches. So for example, if Akuma was to do something like this, and let's say for example that I'm in the corner, which is not where I want to be, I can do that. And now I'm out of the corner, I'm on the other side, and potentially I can even use the scramble to get in some pressure of my own. So it's very useful to get under jump-ins, particularly. But be aware that it is not a guaranteed jump-in escape, and that if the opponent is ready, they can ruin your day very quickly if they bait it. So it's not free to do, because something like that can happen. As you're trying to get under, dive kicks can clip you. Just something to be aware of. Now, in terms of its low profiling, it also has very situational punishes, which I will demonstrate momentarily. I'm just going to double check my document. Yep. So, one example of a situational low profile is Mika's drop kick. So there are a couple moves in this game where you can use crouch light kick, the very short period that you're right close to the floor, to go under specific moves. And I'll go into more detail later on about specific counters and matchup specific stuff. This is just to give you an example. So one of Mika's strongest ways of giving herself frame advantage is to do something like this. Okay? Because that move is drop kick, +2 on block. And you don't want to be +2 with Mika right in your face. If you react to it, however, crouch light kick gets you underneath and gets you a punish. So it's very useful as a situational low profile move. Yeah, endgame, as I said, once I'm finished with all this, I'm going to stick the VOD on YouTube, so it's not going to be like a one-off stream that disappears from the collective consciousness forever. It is going to be available after the stream, but don't worry. That's crouch light kick. Right. So that's covered all of his lights on the ground. Let's move on to the mediums now. So I'll stop that recording. Right. So the first medium I'm going to cover is stand medium punch, which is a nice long stretchy normal. Stand medium punch starts up in 12 frames. It's +2 on hit and -4 on block. So at range, being -4 at this kind of distance isn't like the same as being -4 up close. So you'll often see Dhalsims do like, I don't know, stand medium punch, stand medium kick, which obviously has a big gap in the middle. It's an important part of his game plan is to sort of steal frames just by the fact that no character can punish at that range. That's, again, I'll go into that in more detail later. But it's the second longest range normal Dhalsim has on the ground. Standing heavy punch goes slightly further, but it still has good range. It's the only stretchy normal, and this is a unique quality of standing medium punch, for which the hurt box and hit box extend at the same time. Now, what do I mean by that? Basically, if I get Akuma, I think this will work with Akuma. I might need to just test this with another character real quick, but I think I can do this with Akuma. If I do something like that, throw a fireball and then block. So if I stand medium punch when the fireball's already out, like that, you'll see it trades, which no other stretchy normal Dhalsim has will trade in this situation. Every other one will lose, because every other one has the hurt box extending before the hit box comes out. The standing medium punch is the exception. So it's a niche usage, but in situations where you need to close out a round and the opponent is throwing fireballs, you can intentionally take the trade, and it's pretty easy to do. You can react very late to it and still get the trade. I can try and demonstrate a late one, like that, for example. So it's a very useful tool for that. Another thing about standing medium punch that's interesting, that's unique amongst his stretchy normals, is you'll see Dhalsim takes a step forward when he does it. And this is not the case with any of his other normals. He tends to sort of stay in one spot and not really move. But standing medium punch, you take a big step forward. And that's useful for one specific purpose, and that is comboing into super. I'll cover this later on in the combo section, but basically at certain distances like this, think about here, you can do stand medium punch into super, and that step forward you can abuse sort of like a Kara move to get the super to connect. Because you see now I'm much closer to Akuma than I was before, at ranges where you wouldn't normally be able to. But yeah, I'll go into more detail on that later on. What else? Crouch medium punch. Crouch medium punch. Now this is the first of the dedicated anti-air normals. It comes out in 8 frames, which is quite fast, considering the big range it has. It hits upwards at a diagonal angle. It's -1 on hit and -3 on block, but to be honest, generally you won't be using this as a grounded normal. It can hit opponents on the ground, it does work like that, but it's not very useful for that purpose, mainly because it has a flag that says it can't physically hit crouching characters. You see my hands going straight through Akuma, but it's got a flag in the coding that says no matter what the hurt box is like, it can't physically hit anyone who's crouching, which creates some pretty hilarious results against characters like Abigail, and you can just see my hand just phase through him. So that's just something to be aware of. So that's why it's not a very good normal in terms of hitting people who are grounded, but as an anti-air, it's very strong. Very useful anti-air. You can see that the arc, it's aiming to anti-air players at a distance, so usually you'll use it for like jump-ins from the mid-range, for example. You can just put a stop to all of that. It has been buffed in Season 3 to hit better, closer up, so you can see that even though my arm is slightly ahead of them, I am hitting, although in that instance I was too close. So you have to be aware of like the right ranges for this. It doesn't work to stop people coming down right on top of Dhalsim's head, but it does work at a lot of ranges, like even at full screen I can still use it as an anti-air. So very useful. It's special cancelable, even when used as an anti-air. So you can use it, that's back medium punch, so you can use it to sort of start building an offense after anti-airing and keep the opponent away. So it has use for that as well. Or you can set up a meaty situation with flame. I can demonstrate that. Not flame. That's flame. Or something like that. So it has uses for not only anti-airing but also starting pressure after the anti-air connects, which is very, very important to have. What else? Crouch medium punch. Okay, so one last thing to be aware of with crouch medium punch is the hitbox and the hurt boxes kind of overlap in a weird way. And there are spots on Dhalsim's arms. I haven't got a hitbox viewer, so I can't really show it in detail. But there are some certain spots on Dhalsim's arms where the hurt box is more pronounced than the hitbox, which means that certain anti-airs with strong hitboxes, and the most notable example is Laura's jump light kick, will consistently trade or lose to this normal. Generally trade is the most likely outcome. So if you're in a situation where you have like no health left, it's the end of the round, you've got like a sliver of health, and you anti-air like Laura for example with crouch medium punch, chances are you'll take the trade with jump light kick and lose, so you'll need to be aware of that. But most characters it is a consistent anti-air for, there's just a few exceptions. Urian's EX knee drop is another example of one that sort of beats it or trades with it nasty. But again, character specifics, we'll get there. Okay, the next normal I want to cover is stand medium kick. Stand medium kick is another vital tool for Dhalsim's mid-range zoning game. It doesn't have quite as much range as stand medium punch. So see, stand medium kick doesn't hit from there, but stand medium punch does. But what it loses in terms of range, it makes up for in terms of startup, recovery, and frame data. So while stand medium punch is 12 frames on startup, this starts up in 10 frames, so it's 2 frames quicker. And it also has much less recovery on whiff, which means that if you press down medium kick, often the opponent jumps, you'll still have time to anti-air with, for example, crouch medium punch. So it's a very key normal. Now in terms of the frame data, it is +2 on hit and -4 on block. And that +2 on hit is useful because although it doesn't lead to any combos directly, you can link off it on counter hit, which is unique amongst the mediums. You can't link. I mean, stand medium punch is +4 on hit as well, but it pushes away so far that you can't get anything off it. So you can't get any combos off stand medium punch without cancelling to super. The stand medium kick with a counter hit links to lights, which is useful for situational combos. What else about stand medium kick? Okay, so the hitbox on stand medium kick, despite the fact that you can see him sort of like, he kicks you close to the floor, it's kind of a deceptive hitbox. It's actually higher than it looks. The hitbox on Dhalsim's foot, although it doesn't reach quite as far as it looks like it should, you can see the tip of my foot is actually phasing through Akuma. It's slightly higher to make up for that, which means that if you can use it as a sort of weird anti-air against opponents who are jumping backwards. So I'll demonstrate that real quick. So if the opponent wants to get away from you and they do something like that just to build themselves some space, you can actually chase down jump backs with stand medium kick. If I can get it to hit, be nice. It's not going to play nice now. Like that. The spacing is kind of specific, but you can use it as a way to sort of get a small punish on people jumping backwards, which is useful. Okay, and I think that's about it for stand medium kick. As with all the stretchy normals, it's also super cancelable, but not special cancelable. Special cancelable is reserved for the anti-airs. None of the grounded stretchy normals that hit horizontally are special cancelable. Okay. Medium kick. Yo, Arturo, thank you very much for the sub, dude. I hope this is being helpful so far. Yeah, thanks, man. Where was I? Oh yeah, crouch medium kick. Okay, so I finished stand medium kick. Let's go to crouch medium kick. Crouch medium kick is an interesting normal. It's the normal of 1,000 uses. It's a slide similar to crouch light kick, but you'll notice he covers much more horizontal distance and he stays low to the ground much longer. Now, crouch medium kick starts up in 7 frames. It is -2 on hit, which was buffed in Season 2. This used to be unsafe on hit in Season 1. Not counter hit. It was made safe on hit in Season 2, so even in worst case scenario, you hit point blank, you can't be punished by anyone except for Zangief's super, which is nice. This is a nice buff. And this is all this frame data for slides is done based on the first active frame hitting. And the important part about medium kick slide is it has a lot of active frames. If you hit on the very last active frame, it can be +8 on hit and +3 on block, which is very important for meaty setups, particularly meaty slide you'll see a lot. You can also see it used in combos sometimes, mid-combo meaty slides. But you have to be very aware of the right spacing for it, and it's a very key part of playing Dhalsim, is figuring out the absolute tip of crouch medium kick to get that maximum possible frame data. Because if you're slightly too far away and you whiff, you can be very badly punished for it. But if you're slightly too close, and they block, for example, you make the wrong read, they block, you put yourself -6 in their face. So it's high risk, high reward, very useful normals in terms of combos and spacing. Its other main use is as a way to navigate the fireball war. Now I showed you earlier that crouch light kick can be used to get under fireballs, but the normal that you'll want to use mostly for sliding under fireballs is by far crouch medium kick, because it is very, very easy to do so. and it works on almost every fireball in the game. There are a couple of exceptions, like Gale's V-skill enhanced fireballs. You can't slide under those, but for most fireballs in the game, crouch medium kick is your best friend. And it also gets punishes at certain ranges. Very useful normal. Very consistent to get under fireballs. Okay. Crouch medium kick, so slide. So sort of going back on what I was saying, but just to reiterate the point, you can think of crouch medium kick as well as being an attack as sort of being a movement tool. So it covers almost the same ground as forward dash. It has similar frame data to forward dash, but it has a hitbox on it. So you can think of it as sort of like a semi-forward dash that also doubles as an attack. If that helps you, the way you sort of process what all the normals are used for. But yeah, very key normal. Very important for fireballs, very important for spacing correctly, and meaty situations particularly. Very useful. Okay, next up we have Stand Heavy Punch, which is this good old thing. Kind of a weird looking normal. It sort of functions similarly to Dhalsim's Stand Heavy Punch and like Down Forward Heavy Punch in previous games, in that it punishes fireballs, but visually it looks different and it operates slightly differently as well. It starts up in 16 frames, which makes it the slowest of all of Dhalsim's stretchy normals. It's slower than medium kick, medium punch, and heavy kick, so it's quite slow. It also has the worst frame data on hit and on block. It's -3 on hit and -6 on block. Now, what's interesting about Stand Heavy Punch is it hits low. Now, none of the other stretchy normals hit low. These all hit mid. But Stand Heavy Punch is a low. You have to block it low, and it's very good to stop people from walking backwards and just generally checking their movement. Now, the main utility of Stand Heavy Punch, in terms of its usage as a neutral tool for punishing, is against projectiles. Now, again, it sort of covers similar territory to slides, but it has much longer range, so you can punish bad projectiles at longer distances. For example, and I'll just use Akuma again as my guinea pig. If I go to this kind of distance, you see, now the interesting part there is that as you see Dhalsim, like in that position there, he sort of tucks his body really low, and you can use that to hit fireball characters and also escape underneath. But that low profile part of the hitbox doesn't last forever, and there's a good chance that you'll get a trade. So you'll hit them with the extended part of your punch, but at the same time the fireball will hit Dhalsim's main body area. I'll see if I can trigger. Kind of finicky. It's not going to let me do it now. Let me try with a different projectile real quick. I'm not going to push it if it doesn't work, but I just want to try and show it off properly. Use regular instead of EX. Like that. Finally got it to work. So, particularly with slower fireballs, you'll often trade. Now, the important thing to keep in mind is that for pretty much every projectile in the game, that is a favourable trade for Dhalsim. Stand Heavy Punch does 90 damage on hit, which is generally more than most fireballs in the game. There are a few exceptions, particularly for like multi-hitting fireballs, things like Akuma's EX Red Fireball, but generally for non-EX fireballs, that is a trade you'll want to take. Although, one caveat to that is that some fireballs knock down on hit, which means that although the trade is better for you in terms of damage, it can also be a negative because you'll get knocked down by their fireball. Akuma's fireball knocks down on hit if it hits late, like if it hits early, I should say. There are a few others that knock down on hit, things like Gale EX Boom. So although you can get the damage advantage, you will also often lose the screen positioning advantage. So just be a bit cautious about how you use it. Don't go too overboard with just doing this to beat fireballs all day, because it can get you killed very quickly. Okay, next up we have Crouch Heavy Punch. Now this is an interesting normal because it's a short one. All of Dhalsim's heavy kicks are long distance, and his stand heavy punch is long distance, but his crouch heavy punch is this little short thing. Now, this starts up in 9 frames. It nerfed. I think it used to start up in 8 frames prior to Season 2. I think that was a Season 1 to Season 2 nerf, which is a shame because it was better at 8 frames, but it's still a very important normal for Dhalsim's arsenal. Excuse me one second. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, Crouch Heavy Punch is +7 on hit and +3 on block, which is very nice frame data. +7 on hit means that it is very useful in combos. It links into most of his combo starters. And +3 on block means that it's also very useful because it's safe and plus. And quite often, the same strings that are combos also act as frame traps. So, for example, that combo, Crouch Heavy Punch, Back Medium Kick, is also a frame trap because the Crouch Heavy Punch is +3 and the Medium Kick is +6, meaning there's a 3-frame gap. And because mediums beat lights, whatever button they press in the middle of here, whatever button they press in the middle of this string, provided it isn't a special or an invulnerable move, will lose. So that's quite nice that his main combo tool also happens to be a very useful frame trap. Although it's +3 on block, it isn't very useful as a tick throw. I should just say that, because it has a lot of pushback you'll see on block, so you're nowhere close to throwing afterwards. Kyrie, thank you very much for the sub, man. Appreciate it. So you can't really use the frame advantage very much in terms of threatening a throw. You can walk forward and throw, but the walk forward timing basically trades away your frame advantage. So the +3 is lost in the 3 frames you spend walking anyway. So beware that, or when you're defensively taking this, like Dhalsim pressure string, you are not in threat of being thrown unless he actively starts walking forward. I see a lot of people start throw teching off the Crouch Fierce. No need for it. It's special cancelable. You can use it as a basic combo tool without linking into anything, and sometimes you have to. There are a lot of ranges where the only thing you can punish is Crouch Fierce. It links to itself on counter hit. You get those 2 extra frames of frame advantage, pushing it from +7 on counter hit to +9. So you can do 2 on counter hit, which is very nice and quite easy to react to as well. It has a lot of hit stun, which means that if you see it, generally it's quite easy to react to the double Crouch Fierce on counter hit. But that's just something that will come with practice. What else? Yeah, and generally it's just a good poking tool. The slow start up is a shame, but it's traded off by useful combo utility, and also just generally it has quite a good hitbox. Crouch Heavy Punch will tend to beat a lot of things in sort of the poking range at about this distance if they hit on roughly the same time. It's just quite a strong tool, and you can always buffer it into specials at whatever range. And that's Crouch Heavy Punch. Stand Heavy Kick. This old thing. Stand Heavy Kick is 15 frames startup, so it is quite slow, marginally faster than Stand Heavy Punch, but still quite slow. It has the shortest range of all of Dhalsim's stretchy normals. So even less than Stand Medium Kick, less than Stand Medium Punch, less than Stand Heavy Punch. It's a lot shorter than those 3. It is +4 on hit, which is the highest frame advantage of all the stretchy normals on hit. So you can link afterwards without a counter hit, which is unique amongst all of the stretchy normals. Although it is -5 on block, so punishable up close, but there aren't many situations where you'll be at this distance and the opponent will be blocking it, generally. There are a few exceptions. Now this is Dhalsim's main grounded crush counter tool. It's his only. I mean, Dhalsim has 2 crush counter normals. If the opponent does like a DP on the ground, you'll usually use this one. It causes a spin state on crush counter, or on counter hit. which is plus 22 on hit, which is a very nice frame advantage to have. It also will crush counter from distance, like it doesn't have to be done up close, you can crush counter from ranged, which I think is unique. I don't think there are any other normals that are crush counterable that let you combo off them at this kind of range. Like, that's pretty much unique to Dhalsim. He gets combos off crush counters near at like 3/4 screen. Is nice. Yeah, that's a good point, Flacco. Actually, I'll mention that right now. Dhalsim stand heavy kick also has quite an interesting hurt box during recovery, which is much harder to whiff punish than most of the other stretchy normals. And you can showcase this quite easily by doing Zangief's V-skill walk forward and then flex. And every other stretchy normal, the flex will hit Dhalsim because his hurt box gets left behind for a few frames afterwards, after absorbing the hit. Whereas standing heavy kick is the exception to that because its hurt box retracts quick enough that you can't get hit by Zangief's V skill when he does the flex after absorbing it. That's something useful to know. So in terms of, as I say, the crush counter state is very useful. You'll generally use this as your optimal combo for punishing like DPs and whatever else crush counter punishes work. I'll go into combos in more detail later, specifically what you can do off it. Yeah, it's mainly used as a poking tool for certain distances, higher risk but higher reward, and also as a combo tool. And last but not least on the grounded normals list, we have crouch heavy kick. Now this is like that's the little brother of slides, that's the big brother, and this is the granddad of slides. See, Dhalsim travels, I'd say, a good 2/3 screen while doing it. And it starts up in 12 frames, but that's only for the first active frame. So if I do it at this kind of distance, I hit on frame 12, but because it has so many active frames, if I hit on this kind of distance, I'm hitting on frame like, I don't know, 15, 16, 17. It's got a lot of active frames, so you can't just think of it as being a 12 frame move. Oh yeah, sorry. Sim has 3 crush counter normals, I've just been informed. I've forgotten about Sweep, also crush counters. Yeah. So this is also a crush counter, but I'll go into that in more detail in a second. So on hit, it's a knockdown. On all ranges, it'll knock down the opponent. On block, it is extremely unsafe, it being a -21 on block if done point blank. Or -20 actually it looks like. But if you get on the absolute last active frame, so it hits right at the tip, you can make it -6 or -5. That looked like. I think -5 is as good as it gets on the absolute tip. Now, that's still bad. You can still get punished, but if you hit on the absolute tip at the absolute max range, some characters do struggle to punish. Which is nice, really, but not something to rely on. You never want to fall back on this normal as like a thing to be blocked. You want to be sure it's going to hit, generally. It hits low, obviously, like all sweeps in the game do, I think, apart from maybe like the first hit of Abigail's sweep. But it's pretty much universal that sweeps hit low. It has the best low profile hurt box of all of Dhalsim's low profiles. It's also a projectile punish, similar to stand heavy punch and crouch medium kick. Again, I'll just quickly demonstrate. So you can use it to punish projectiles. It is also a situational punish. And I will just demonstrate one example of a useful punish that it has. I won't go into too much detail about specific character stuff, but I just want to show one example of a situation where crouch heavy kick is a very useful punish. So one string that you'll see Laura players do a lot for pressure is crouch heavy punch on block at like max range into EX clap, the fireball, which is quite difficult for a lot of characters to deal with. Dhalsim has options, but crouch heavy kick is pretty much universally the best one. So if she does something like this to try and force you to make a mistake and get hit on block, So crouch light kick doesn't work because you get clipped by the fireball. I'm hitting crouch light kick, I'm just getting hit by the fireball. Crouch medium kick does work, but it puts you -2 and right up in Laura's face, and you do not want to be -2 in Laura's face. So although it's a punish, it leads to a bad situation afterwards. Crouch heavy kick, therefore, is your best friend because it gets you a knockdown, a punish, and you can start your game, and it also has a long push distance, meaning that if you're cornered, you'll get a long distance outside of the corner. So very useful as a situational punish, and that's one example of it right there. Okay, and one last thing on crouch heavy kick before I move on. It also can be used as a combo ender of certain combos in the corner, which I will demonstrate one real quick. The full combo list will come afterwards. I'm just going through all the normals right now. So in the corner, on certain combos, you can finish with a crouch heavy kick, like that. But again, that'll come under the combo section later on. So that's all of Dhalsim's grounded normals that aren't command normals. I'll cover command normals later. I've got jump normals is the next thing on my list. Right, so that's all the ground normals covered. Jump normals. Okay, jump light punch. Dhalsim extends his hand downward in a like a 45-degree angle. It starts up in 5 frames, which is nice and quick. Now, the main use of jump light punch, which you'll have seen quite a lot if you watch this character be played in competitive scenarios, is its usage as an instant overhead. If you jump back and immediately press light punch, it will hit high against characters that are blocking low, and they will get hit. Often you'll see this used to close out rounds, because if you do it and they block it, or they don't die from the hit, you are minus, I don't know, 80 or something ridiculous, even on hit. So extremely punishable, but often used as a way to close out rounds as an instant overhead. It has great range, you can instant overhead from like half a screen away, as you can see me doing right now. That's its main utility. You can also use it somewhat effectively as a way to poke while floating. So like you can just sort of float in the mid-range and just put out the jab. It has a lot of active frames, so it tends to clip a lot of stuff if you just sort of do this. But be aware, again, that although you can sort of use this as a way to build space and V-meter, which I'll go over in more detail later, even on hit, this is extremely unsafe and lots of things will punish it. If I demonstrate that real quick, if I do that, and then while Akuma's getting hit, I'll have him do a super in reversal, or I'll try and do that. See if this works. Yeah. So, it's useful, but don't abuse it, because you will get punished, and you can get punished very big for it as just a poke. Okay, that's jump light punch really. Jump light kick. This is a short range little backwards kick. It's not a stretchy normal. I think it's his only jump normal which isn't stretchy. It doesn't extend his body in any unusual ways. I can think of at least. Apart from drills, I guess. This is 4 frames on startup, which makes it his fastest starting up air normal. It has extremely low block stun and hit stun, which means that, you see, it doesn't even come close to being a combo if I get them to block after the first attack. If you do it from like traditional jumping height, the only way you can get jump light kick to combo in any situation is if you do it extremely deep. I'm talking as close to the ground as possible. Wait, hang on. After first attack is what I want. It's really difficult to do. Like, it's a tight link. I'll talk a bit more in a second about why you might want to do. There we go. So that was a 2-hit combo. So it does extremely low amounts of block stun and a hit stun. But it does have utility. One thing is that jump light kick is the only normal in Dhalsim's entire arsenal that has an actual legitimate cross-up hitbox. Now, you can sort of cross up with other normals in the sense that you side switch and then teleport, but Dhalsim's facing towards the opponent, whichever side he ends up on. Whereas Jump Light Kick is unique in that it can actually cross up, as you'll see the cross up message appears there. Now, this has a few niche uses. For example, in the corner, you can float and then do something like that for a dirty cross up to close out the round, which I'm sure the Dhalsim mains in chat know about. So it's kind of difficult to use right, but you can use it as a tricky little mix-up. But be aware that this setup and any similar setups where you cross up with Jump Light Kick are like -10 on hit. They are insanely punishable. So again, most of the utility comes from closing out rounds with it or getting stuns with it. You don't want to be in a position where your opponent blocks or gets hit and doesn't die. One last usage of Jump Light Kick that this is something that I kind of use, but I wouldn't say this is a universal Dhalsim thing. If I'm playing against a character with a strong zoning game and they're throwing lots of fireballs, let's say I predict that they're going to throw a fireball and try to teleport in punish. I will often do Jump Light Kick in some situations if I'm not sure if I've actually got a legitimate punish. Like for example, if I'm expecting them to throw a fireball and I try and punish it with teleport, but then I see they didn't actually throw a fireball while I'm teleporting, I will change my mind and go for something like Jump Light Kick because it starts up so quickly, 4 frames, and try and just use the surprise element to maybe go into throw afterwards. It's kind of like a sort of scramble utility. You can use it to, if you're not sure if your teleport was legitimate or not, to try and force a situation in your favour. But it's a bit of a gimmick. I use it sometimes. Not that recommended, but you can make it work. Okay, that's Jump Light Kick. Next on the list is Jump Medium Punch. Now here's an interesting normal. Jump Medium Punch is a big horizontal palm stretched out, as you can see. He goes straight sideways. It starts up in 6 frames, which is quite fast. It's a fantastically good air-to-air, if I get the opponent to jump. I'll talk a bit about more why it's a great air-to-air, because it doesn't look like a great air-to-air immediately. It has a flag on it, similar to how Crouching Medium Punch can't physically hit crouching characters. Jump Medium Punch can't physically hit grounded characters, no matter how big they are. Even if Abigail is standing up, Jump Medium Punch can never hit him. It can only hit characters who are airborne. So if you see this normal and you're on the ground, you're not in danger of getting hit. It cannot physically hit you. Now, this normal had some usage as an anti-air, as an air-to-air previously, but the problem was, prior to Arcade Edition, Dhalsim's big floaty jump arc meant that even if you got the air-to-air, you ended up landing second. So you see Akuma's already landed, but I'm still recovering, so the Akuma player can maybe dash forward to try and regain positioning, do whatever they wanted to. Crouch Medium Punch does hit grounded now in Season 3. No, it doesn't hit grounded crouching, does it? I'm 99% sure it can't hit grounded crouching. It can hit. It's always been able to hit grounded standing, but not grounded crouching. But anyway, details. So prior to AE, this was useful as an air-to-air, but it had massive frame disadvantage because the opponent landed first. In AE, they threw Dhalsim a bone, and now as long as it hits, you can cancel Jump Medium Punch into V skill, which is the float. And then you can use that to then maybe pressure the opponent afterwards, which made this much more useful as of recently. So that float cancel is a very important part of Dhalsim's newer meta game, because it makes it makes Jump Back Medium Punch a much more useful anti-air / air-to-air. But that's the main utility of Jump Medium Punch. It's not a complex normal. There's not much to it other than that. It's an air-to-air that you cancel into float on hit. Okay, so Jump Medium Kick. Dhalsim extends his foot quite sharply down forward. This starts up in 6 frames. It's your basic aerial combo starter for Tiger Teleport set play. You'll see a lot of Dhalsim players do stuff like this. It starts up quickly. It has a good amount of block stun and hit stun. Combos into stuff at low heights. You know, it's just your basic teleport normal. It has it can also instant overhead. similar to jump light punch if I set the opponent to crouching. However, it's kind of interesting instant overhead. You see jump light punch can instant overhead from half screen away. Can't do that jump medium kick. If you're instant overheading with jump medium kick, you have to do it up close. Now, the downside of being up close is sort of made even by the upside of the fact that jump medium kick does a lot more damage than jump light punch. If you do instant overhead jump light punch, it does 40 damage and 70 stun. Instant overhead jump medium kick, 70 damage and 100 stun. So you're trading range for damage as an instant overhead. I'll get there in a second, Mzuki. I'll get there in a second. I'm covering jump heavy punch in a moment. I'll explain it in a moment. What else is there? Jump medium kick. That's about it, really. It's basically your party starter of teleports and also has usage in instant overhead. Not much more than that, really. Now, jump heavy punch. Jump heavy punch is a whopper of a normal. Now, Dhalsim swings his arms in a huge circular arc, starting from above his head and finishing around his feet. This normal has a gigantic hitbox in front of Dhalsim, much bigger than it looks like. You see, I can hit Akuma from crouching from like this kind of distance. Crazy stuff. This starts up in 9 frames, and this was nerfed, similarly to Crouch Heavy Punch in after Season 1. It used to start up in, I think, 8 or possibly even 7 frames, but it was reduced to 9 frames. Now, this is an alternative choice over jump medium kick for... 1 second. This is an alternative choice over jump medium kick for teleport situations. You can do medium kick or you can do heavy punch. Now, the difference is jump heavy punch's extra startup frames mean that in a lot of situations it doesn't actually work as a set play starter. Most of Dhalsim's set play relies on the faster startup of jump medium kick and the extra active frames of jump medium kick to work. So this, in Season 1, if you go back and look at the replay, every single Dhalsim uses jump heavy punch after teleport, every single time. Like, there's almost nobody was using jump medium kick. We were sort of forced to switch to jump medium kick quite a lot after the Season 1 nerfs. So it used to be amazing, and it's now been nerfed to quite good, or very good. Like, it's worse, but it's still very strong. Very useful normal. Also, at the end of Season 1, it was also nerfed. The startup nerf had a side effect, which meant that it no longer instant overheads. This used to be an instant overhead on all characters, Season 1. Not anymore, unfortunately. It does still instant overhead against big bodies. So, for example, if you're against Abigail or Birdie, you can still instant overhead with jump heavy punch. It does the most damage of all of his instant overheads, but only against the big bodies. If you try it against anyone else, you will get destroyed. That's jump heavy punch, really. Let me just see if I've forgotten anything else. Jump heavy punch. Yeah. So it's a very good normal, but its usage has changed slightly. As I said, it's not really used so much for teleport mix-ups, but it is very useful for situations like this. If you want to build space from your opponent and you teleport backwards, you can throw out a jump heavy punch afterwards, and it basically just means that you've got a gigantic hitbox. Like that. A gigantic hitbox in front of you that's pretty much unpunishable by most characters. It's very useful in teleport backwards situations to build space. And that's jump heavy punch. I'll move on now to the final jump normal, which is jump heavy kick, which is a upward moving stretchy kick, which covers a good 2/3 of the screen. Now, jump heavy kick has 12 frames of startup, which makes it by far his slowest air normal. It does the same amount of damage as jump heavy punch. I think they both do, what is it, 90? Just double check that. That's 90, 150, and that is 90, 150. So you'll see this and you'll think, it looks okay, it doesn't look amazing. Now, jump heavy kick has interesting utility. It can be used as a air-to-air, similar to jump medium punch. A lot of the time you won't do it on reaction. you won't see many players like intentionally do something like this to stop players jumping, because the angle upwards is quite steep. And you can see my foot's going off the top of the screen. So most of the time that you see people air-to-air with jump heavy kick, it'll just be preemptive out of float. So like you're in a float, you think the opponent might try and jump, you do a heavy kick on the way down, and it clips them if they jump. So it does have some usage as a sort of preemptive air-to-air, but you won't be doing it on reaction. Additionally, that extra startup, being 12 frames, means that you can't ever use it out of Tiger Knee teleport situations, because you will hit the ground before it's finished starting up. So like this is me trying to do Tiger Knee teleport jump heavy kick, and you can see nothing happening. I hit the ground before it's finished coming out. But the upside of jump heavy kick is that it has very, very useful utility in certain combos. It has the least pushback on hit of any of Dhalsim's air normals, which means that you can do that, which you can't do the combo into Anvil, back heavy punch, off jump heavy punch mid-screen. You have to use jump heavy kick for these kind of combos, which is why you're seeing, like, particularly in post-stun combos, you'll see a lot of this. But you won't. You'll never see that. You'll never see people do jump heavy punch into back heavy punch, because you see I'm pushed out of range. So jump heavy kick with its low pushback on hit allows certain combos. Additionally, there are a few setups which I'll go over in more detail later that use jump heavy kick. For example, to quickly show you, I'll explain it later. Something like this. Just a setup like that, for example, uses jump heavy kick. So it does have usage. It's kind of specific to setups, and yes, I should just clarify. You can do jump heavy punch into Anvil, as Flacco mentioned. You can't. This combo does work on big bodies, but in terms of universal options, jump heavy kick is the only one that will work against every character in the game into Anvil. Oh, and one last thing I should mention as well. Similarly to how I said about jump medium punch not being able to hit any characters who are grounded, jump heavy kick also has a flag on it in the programming, which says that under no circumstances can this normal hit a crouching character. So even if you're coming down against Abigail, who's crouching, you will never hit him with jump heavy kick. It's just something to be aware of. Crouching characters can never get hit by jump heavy kick under any circumstances. And that's all the jump normals covered. So I guess next on the agenda is command normals. The first one on the list is called Divine Kick, but we don't think about moves as being called Divine Kick. We think of it as being back medium kick, which is this normal right here. Dhalsim sort of leans back slightly and extends one foot outwards at a good distance ahead of him. It's not a stretchy normal. Now this starts up in 6 frames, making it his single fastest medium. Let me just think about that. That's 7, 7, 10. Yeah. Back medium kick is Dhalsim's fastest medium at 6 frames. It is +3 on hit if you don't cancel it, which doesn't allow any links, but you can link on counter hit. It's +1 on block, which a lot of people don't know. That's something to mention. On block, a lot of people don't know that this is still plus. So something like that, back medium kick to stand light kick, that's a frame trap against characters without 3 frame normals, and will trade with 3 frame normals. Which is useful to know, really. Now, back medium kick is special cancelable. It is basically Dhalsim's go-to combo ender / poking tool / safe pressure builder. You will cancel it into flame a million billion times in your lifetime. You will have seen this sight more times than you can count by the time you're finished playing Dhalsim. As I showed earlier, it links off crouch heavy punch, which is basic combo route. It has good range. I think it has slightly more range than his similar down back medium kick. I think I can try and demonstrate. Yep, it has slightly more range than down back medium kick. And also the fact that he raises one foot but keeps the other on the ground means that it can be useful for counter poking certain normals that hit around the toes, like things like Ryu crouch medium kick will tend to lose quite cleanly in the mid-range to back medium kick, because his hurt box shuffles around a bit. Yeah, so the basic utility of this is combo enders, block string enders into flame, and counter pokes in the mid range. It sort of covers the gap between Dhalsim's lights and his stretchy normals. So you're too far away to hit with his lights. You can count. I was going to say you can count on back medium kick, but maybe stand light kick's actually slightly longer. That'd be interesting. Yeah, okay. Stand light kick is actually slightly longer or the same. It's hard to tell because of Akuma's hurt box, but because of back medium kick's extra hit stun and block stun, it's still probably more useful at that kind of distance. But it covers a gap between lights and stretchy mediums, which not many of his other normals do. It sort of fills that niche. Yeah. So, next normal we've got back medium punch, also known as yoga upper. Dhalsim steps forward very slightly and then extends his arm up almost directly upwards in a kind of spiking motion, I guess you could call it. This starts up in 8 frames, which is considerably slower than his other mediums. That's 7 and that's 6. This is 8. Now, this was pretty terrible in Season 1, outside of its use as an anti-air, which I'll explain a bit more in a second. But it was buffed going into Season 2 to make it +4 on hit, meaning that it's his only medium that Dhalsim has, which he can link after without counter hit. You can link into lights. You can link generally almost 100% of the time you'll want to link into standing light kick because it has the best range for comboing afterwards into EX Flame. I'll go into that later. But it's very easy to confirm. The back medium punch hits forever. It's got a huge amount of recovery time. So if I set guard to random, I'll try and prove that point. I'll put myself to the test here. That hit. That blocked. That hit. Blocked. Blocked. So yeah, very easy to confirm. You've got a lot of time to work with. Very easy to do. What else? Now, it has an interesting property, which I didn't realise had a utility until I asked the Dhalsim boys what the hell this was for. It forces standing on hit, which I don't think any of Dhalsim's other normals do. You see, Akuma's crouching. Back medium kick forces them. Back medium punch forces them into a standing state, and I couldn't figure out what the hell this was for. But I was alerted to the fact that you can use this to force combos into situations where you need to hit super. Now, I'll explain this in a bit more detail later on, but super can't hit crouching initially. See? It only hits on the way down again. It doesn't hit on the way up, so you can't do something like this. This won't combo because he's crouching. It'll just come down again. Whereas back medium punch forcing stand does allow for situations like this, where you can combo into super, but I'll explain in a bit. Okay, and in terms of anti-air, so this is a good anti-air. This basically has replaced the utility of stand light punch in the most recent patch. Back medium punch probably got the biggest buff to its anti-air hitbox of any of Dhalsim's normals going into Arcade Edition. It now consistently hits just about everything above Dhalsim's head without trading. There are still a couple of normals which it can trade with more than I'd like, but it's definitely much more useful. It grants set play on hit, which I'll explain later. If you anti-air with it, you can get meaty slides and such. Just overall very useful as an anti-air for anti-cross-ups. Although he takes a step forward, Dhalsim does actually have a hitbox almost behind his head. I'll see if I can demonstrate this, but it might be kind of finicky. You can do something like... So Akuma goes for a cross-up jump medium kick. This might work. I might have done it too deep. Yeah, slightly too deep. So you can kind of see there. I'm anti-airing even though Akuma is almost right behind me. Like, it's got a great anti-cross-up hitbox. Very useful. Does it trade with Akuma's dive kick? No. Not unless you started anti-airing too early and then he decided to dive kick. If he's already dive kicking, you're good. And yeah, that's back medium punch. Okay, one other thing to cover. Oh, that's not back medium punch. I forgot a couple of things. Back medium punch is the only normal apart from back heavy punch which can combo into heavy punch flame, and it will only do so on counter hit. Counter hit, back medium punch, heavy punch flame. This is a useful string. I'll explain why later on. But there's only one other normal that Dhalsim has that will combo into heavy punch flame, and that's back heavy punch, which we'll cover in a sec. It also has a lot of active frames, back medium punch, which means that either as a meaty or on counter hit, you can link into back medium kick. So if I set it to counter hit on, it links into back medium kick, and it's also very easy to make that a meaty, so you don't even need the counter hit. For example, in this corner situation, like that, 2-hit combo. Lots of active frames, very easy to make meaty. And that's, yeah, back medium punch. Right, next normal on the agenda is back heavy punch. This big old thing. Dhalsim takes a big startup phase and then sends both arms diagonally up in front of him. This is called Yoga Anvil, is its true name. We call it Anvil a lot. I think it's the only normal that we refer to by its like in-game name. We say Anvil in the Dhalsim community, I guess, which is a bit weird. We call everything else like back medium kick, back medium punch. But like this is Anvil. It just hits so hard, it's got to have a true name. Yoga Anvil starts up in 12 frames, making it one of the slowest anti-airs in Dhalsim's arsenal. It's -3 on hit, which is very bad, and it's -8 on block, which is even worse. It's special cancelable, which you can use to offset that frame data. It can hit grounded characters, as I just demonstrated, even though it doesn't look like it should. It won't hit crouching characters, with the exception of big bodies. So, if I set Akuma to crouch, this won't hit. Although, as I say, Birdie, Geef, Abigail, this will hit crouching. But just them, and only up close. Any further away, it won't hit them. Now, this normal is a anti-air. A very useful anti-air. Because it is also a crush counter. Meaning that if you anti-air with this and the opponent pressed a jump normal to try and jump in on you with like jump medium kick or jump heavy punch or whatever, and you hit them out of the startup frames with your incredible reaction times, you can get a combo. There's huge juggle potential off this. Meterless, it's not so great. You don't get a whole lot off it. You can usually just get like one normal or one special. But with meter, you can get some big juggles off this. But I'll cover that in the combos section later on. But needless to say, it's big risk because 12 frames start up on an anti-air is quite risky. But also huge reward if you do land the juggle and you have the resources to take advantage of it. Its other usage outside of the anti-airs is in optimal combos, particularly off stuns. You'll often do something like this. That's the optimal meterless combo route. Again, I'll cover in combos. I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but I just don't want to... I'm concerned that I might accidentally jump ahead to a different section and then I'll be all over the place. I want to try and keep to where I am. I won't go too far into the combos yet. Back heavy punch. So as I was saying, back medium punch combos into heavy punch flame without a counter hit. Back heavy punch is unique in that this is the only normal in Dhalsim's entire arsenal that will combo into heavy punch flame without a counter hit. Very, very useful, as I said, in combos, but also for other utility. Nothing else will combo into heavy punch flame like that, apart from back heavy punch. And yeah, okay. Next normal is down back medium kick. This weird thing, also known in the game listing as thrust kick. Now, Dhalsim sort of crouches to the ground and extends a foot forward slightly. As I mentioned briefly, it has slightly less range than back medium kick. Only marginally though, it's not hugely less. It starts up in 7 frames, whereas this starts up in 6 frames, so it is slightly slower. But the main important usage of this normal And I must say, this normal was added in the Season 2.1 patch. It was the only change Dhalsim got in that patch. Is that this is Dhalsim's only special cancelable low. Crouch light kick isn't special cancelable, crouch medium kick isn't, crouch heavy kick isn't. Down back medium kick is the only way to basically get combos off a low without meaty or counter hit. See, it's special cancelable. It's +2 on hit and -1 on block. It's the safest low Dhalsim has because this is well, it's the only low that Dhalsim has that's safe on block, point blank. All the others are unsafe. This is -1. You can use it in meaty scenarios to make it plus enough to link without counter hit into like stand light kick, but I wouldn't recommend it. It's kind of awkward. Doesn't have many active frames, which is why it doesn't work very well as a meaty. The two most common usages of down back medium kick are to stop people from walking backwards, because in this game, as I mentioned earlier, Dhalsim's walk speed is very bad, and that means that it's kind of difficult for him to throw the opponent in certain situations, because like if I'm trying to stop Akuma from just walking out of my pressure, let me just record that again. There's not a whole lot I can do if I want to throw him. I can't. He just walks too fast. I can't ever get into throw range. If I'm pressuring this character, he just keeps walking backwards. I can't ever threaten throw because he'll just walk out of throw range. However, down back medium kick, its main utility, like that, is to catch that and clip people's toes and force them to stop walking backwards to escape Dhalsim's pressure. Its backup utility is as a mix-up tool. In certain Oki situations, you can use it to feint an overhead and then use it as a low. So it's kind of a high-low mix-up. So for example, something like this. So you make it look like you're going to go for a high, you feint it, and then you go low. So it can be used for a high-low mix-up as well. Those are the two main usages, really, to stop people from walking backwards and to mix up the high-low game better. But it's kind of a specific, kind of a niche normal. It's I think the whole Dhalsim community thought it would be the second coming when we first heard about it, but it's not terrible, it's not amazing, it's somewhere in between, you know. And I am going to get a glass of water briefly before my voice explodes. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right, I'm just going to take a very brief break just to let my voice recover a little bit. If anyone's got any questions about any of the things covered so far, then let me know. If they're about bits that I haven't covered yet, just hold off until I get there and then fire away. And there's a lot to cover still. I'm just looking at my list. As I said before, you can follow along with me where I am on the list with the link below to the spreadsheet that I'm working off. I spent most of yesterday putting this whole thing together, so this is the Bible for my stream. You can jump ahead if you need to. Am I going to play some ranked matches after this? Probably not. This is probably going to leave me battered and weary once I'm done. I think it's just going to be the just streaming the tutorial. That'll take long enough. Right, might as well keep going. Okay, so next thing on the list are down back medium kick. We have drills. These are a staple of Dhalsim gameplay ever since Street Fighter 2. You activate these with down plus kick in the air. They all have the same startup frames of 12 frames, but the arc you travel in changes depending on which button you press. So light kick travels the furthest horizontally. You can see he travels in a kind of a shallow arc. Medium kick is a little less severe. He doesn't travel quite as far. It's kind of 45 degrees-ish. And heavy kick almost goes completely straight down. It's only a very slight horizontal movement to it. They can all be done from back jump, forward jump, and neutral jump. They can be done out of float. On hit and block, the frame data varies massively depending on where you hit the opponent. If you hit them right on the top of the head, you are extremely punishable on hit and on block. The objective with these is to hit as low as possible without actually missing. So you want to clip them in the ankles and the bottom of their foot, as low to the ground as possible. The exact frame data on these is interesting. It's slightly different depending on which version you do. So, although they have the same startup, they don't have the same frame data on hit. They have one extra frame of advantage across the board. So, if you hit light kick drill, this one, at the absolute tip, it is, where am I? It is +9 on hit, the absolute tip. Medium kick is +10 on hit at the absolute tip. So that's one extra frame of advantage on medium kick over light kick. And heavy kick is +11 on hit at the absolute tip. So I guess the point of this, basically, I'm guessing Capcom's idea here was that heavy kick is kind of the hardest one to use because the angle is so steep. Hitting people in the toes with it is very difficult. So your reward for using like heavy kick correctly is that you get 2 more frames of advantage versus light kick, and 1 more frame of advantage versus medium kick. On block, the frame advantage again is 1 extra frame per version. So light kick in the absolute best frame scenario is +6 on block. To God. For the absolute best case scenario, this is +6 on block. Medium kick can be +7 on block in perfect scenario at the absolute tip, and heavy kick can be +8 on block if perfectly spaced. Trying to demonstrate but failing at, because heavy kick's difficult to use. I think everyone will agree heavy kick is the hardest one to use consistently. I can't find the sweet spot, but yeah, heavy kick, if you hit it on the absolute tip of the foot, it is the biggest frame advantage provider of all of his drills. Now, as well as being a way to start combos and just generally approach the opponent from mid-screen, you can also use these as a general movement tool. For example, it's kind of a bit of a gimmick, but if the opponent is pressuring you on the corner and you want to escape, let's just say I do something like this. Opponent crouch medium punch, and then maybe they shimmy you a bit. If you're feeling gutsy, you can use it as a corner escape with light kick drill, using the movement to get out. It's not safe, but it's again a bit of a gimmick, but it is an option. You can use it for movement. Similarly, if you want to rapidly cover ground, you can use like light kick drill, for example, to do so. I see a lot of Dhalsim players do something like, if I set V-Trigger 1, they'll do something like this. To rapidly get into range for V-Trigger, they'll go like that. Or they'll use the light kick drill to sort of act as a longer version of forward dash. But yeah, they're a movement tool as much as they are a pressure tool. Now the downside of drills is that, as I say, as well as having to maintain your constant positioning correctly to get the plus frame advantage, that's assuming the opponent isn't moving about and pressing buttons. If the opponent presses a button, it can shift their hurt box in a way that means that even if you hit them, it'll mess up the positioning on your drill and turn, like, say, a +3 on block drill into a -1 on block drill. And you have to be very, very aware of what your frame data is. And it's something that comes with a lot of practice with Dhalsim. You'll learn very rapidly, well, not very rapidly, you'll learn over a long time, I should say, to be able to eyeball almost exactly what the frame data is on drills, depending on how they hit the opponent. I'll try and demonstrate this, but it's kind of difficult. If I get Akuma to mash jab like a maniac. So, at this kind of range... That might not work, actually. Yeah, that's a good example, actually. At this kind of range, I can do neutral jump into medium kick drill, and it would normally hit their foot. But because his light punch is moving his hurt box forward slightly, even if I was able to beat this clean, which I'm not, I'm getting hit by it every time. Even if I was like that, even though that would have been correctly spaced, I hit his extended jab and ended up being -4 on hit. So that's the biggest downside of drill. As well as having to space it correctly on a not moving opponent, you also have to take into account what buttons they're pressing at the same time that will fuck up the frame data, basically. Use a bit of a colourful language. But yeah, that's drills. Easy to pick up, very hard to master. Mastering drills is one of the most important parts of playing Dhalsim, in my opinion. Okay, that's drills. Whew, we're getting there. Right, specials. Special moves. Fuck me, we've only covered normals so far. Right, let's go from the top. Yoga Fire. Quarter circle forward punch. If you've played Dhalsim in any previous Street Fighter game, but not Street Fighter 5, you're probably looking at this with horror, thinking, what the hell is that? Previous Street Fighter games, this was a horizontal fireball. Now it's an arcing fireball. It starts up in 15 frames. It has 33 frames of recovery on whiff, which is a lot. The button you press to fire it off determines the arc. So if I use light punch, the arc stays quite close to me, and it only travels about half screenish. If I use medium punch, it's a longer arc, it goes about 3/4 screen. And if I use heavy punch, it goes the full screen distance. There's no frame data differences between any of the versions. They're all exactly the same in that regard. The only difference is the arc that they move. So light punch does just as much block stun and hit stun as medium punch and heavy punch. It's just positioning. On the way up, they can hit the opponent like this, but it's -3 on hit and -5 on block. So you will never ever ever need to end a block string with fireball, regular fireball. Like, you'll never see a Dhalsim do this on block. They'll only ever do this on hit for reasons I'll explain later. Isn't there a difference with the HP version that it reaches before the MP or LP would? I'm not sure what you mean by that. The frame data that I got, that I'm using for this, said that they were identical. But if you have other information that contradicts that, I'm not sure. Now, one thing that's very important about them... is that although on the way up, they're horrendously negative, the upside is that on the way down, they do enormous amounts of block stun. Gigantic amounts of block stun. You'll see on Akuma's side, on the frame data counter, he's -25, or to put it another way, he has 25 frames, almost half a second, that he can't do anything because he's in block stun. And I can sort of accentuate this point by showing that if I do a fireball into a normal, and I hit the normal at the absolute last second in a way that wouldn't look like it's safe, it still ends up being very, very plus. So, for example, like standing heavy kick, for example, is -5 on block. If I do fireball into blocked standing heavy kick, I'm +1. And that standing heavy kick hit very, very late. So that was +2, for example. So normals that become incredibly unsafe become safe and even plus, and sometimes even very, very plus, if the fireball hits on the way down. And this is quite often the way that you'll see fireballs used, particularly with slides, specifically with medium kick slide. This setup you'll see all the time. Because it clips low, people not blocking low, it pushes them back into the fireball, so even if they're up close, they get pushed into it. And it is plus, what's the number on this? Plus 23 on block. So this is a very common way to trap the opponent. The fireballs in this game aren't particularly used as a zoning tool. I mean, they sort of are, but not in the same sense as any previous Dhalsim's fireballs. They're about forcing the opponent to move in certain ways rather than making them just block the fireball as is. You want to control their positioning more specifically than just get away from me. You want to put them in certain areas that they don't want to be in. You want to get them trapped inside the arc. If you think of it like an archway, you want the opponent to be in the middle of that arch so that they can't walk back and they're forced to move forward. It's a complex tool. Again, it's something that will come with lots of practice. I won't go into too much detail now about the exact applications of it, but it is a semi-zoning, semi-pressure, semi-space controlled tool. And very, 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 very plus if it hits on the way down and you've used another normal in between. Obviously, because of the upward arc, it also acts as an anti-air. You won't ever use this probably as an intentional anti-air, in the sense that you won't ever do it after the opponent's already started jumping. You will almost always use it while they're on the ground, and then they'll jump and get hit by it. Like, it's a preemptive read, almost. What else? Yeah, that's about it really with the fireballs. As I said at the beginning, they have a lot of recovery. So, although they have a strong reward if you can make them blocked on whiff, you are very, very unsafe. And I'll try and demonstrate that real quick. If I do that. Hang on. No, I can't really demonstrate it right now. I'll have to have two Dhalsims as the dummy. But I think everyone just take my word that actually what I'll do is I'll hold up after throwing the fireball, and you'll see how long it takes before I can actually do anything. Like, it's not until the fireball's already begun its downwards movement that I can actually start blocking or moving or attacking. So that's something to be very aware of. You have to make sure it's a big commitment, high risk, high reward, like a lot of Dhalsim's tools. Okay, so that's the regular Yoga Fire. Let's talk about EX Yoga Fire. Now this will look a lot more familiar to people who played Dhalsim in previous games. This is Dhalsim's horizontal fireball. This is quarter circle forward and 2 punches. It's his only horizontal projectile. It has 2 hits, as you'll see. Actually, I need to turn off that. 2 hits. It starts in 14 frames, which is 1 frame faster than the regular fireballs, and it recovers in 30 frames, which is 3 frames less than the other fireballs. So it starts up faster, it hits twice, it recovers faster, it travels horizontally. It's +4 on block, point blank. If I can demonstrate that. I think it's +4. That seemed to be saying it was +5. Let me just check that. +3, interesting. Okay, I guess that might be slightly spaced. Yeah, so absolute point blank, it's +3. Generally, if you cancel it off like normals, it'll be +4 to +5 because of the extra time it has to travel. Yeah. On hit, it is +5. I've got in my notes, but that could be the same as well. That might be +4 actually. Let me just double check that. Oh, whoops. Yeah, +4 point blank, but +5 if you space it slightly. Yeah. So, always plus on block. Very useful in pressure strings to maintain your frame advantage. This is probably where a lot of your EX gauge is going to end up going. It's a very strong zoning tool. It's a very strong pressure tool. It has usage in combos, both grounded and juggles. It is a very, very, very strong tool. And it's probably the reason why Dhalsim would never ever have a horizontal non-EX fireball in this game, because you can see how strong it is in matches without... like, imagine if I could do that without spending bar. That would be nuts. So it's kind of like you're spending a bar to get super turbo Dhalsim fireballs for a few seconds. That might be a bit much, but you get my point. It's a very strong tool. It has usages across the board, zoning, combos, pressure, all that stuff. Just a great special. Oh, and also in set play, you can use it to protect yourself in set play situations as kind of like a backup to stop you from getting hit if you want to, stuff like that. But I'll cover that in more detail later. Okay, that's Yoga Fire. Yoga Flame. This is a half circle back and punch. I'm going to cover the 3 different versions separately because there's slight differences in how they're used. Like generally, I'll group things together by whether or not they have usages together. For example, later on, I've got Yoga Gale Light Punch as a separate category to Yoga Gale Medium Punch and Heavy Punch in one together because they're sort of the same in terms of their usage, but Light Punch is different. So Yoga Flame, all 4 Light Punch, Medium Punch, Heavy Punch, and EX I've got different sections for. Light Punch is half circle back Light Punch, starts up in 13 frames. It knocks down on hit. It's -3 on block, but very difficult to punish, especially if you do it from strings that push you away somewhat. So if I set Akuma to guard recover with his 3 frame standing Light Punch. If I do this point blank, he should be able to punish it, I think. Oh, on block, that is. Okay. Yeah. So point blank, Light Punch Flame is punishable. But if I space it somewhat, no chance of punishing. I'm left miles away. Light Punch Flame, the hitbox itself, the big outstretched flame, is a projectile hitbox, which means 2 things. It will neutralize projectiles if Akuma throws a fireball. This will get neutralized. However, it's not very useful for this function. You'll not very often see Dhalsims actually do this because it has a lot of recovery afterwards and it's just generally kind of risky. Much easier to use with the other tools like slides or whatever, but it can be used that way. The downside of it being a projectile hitbox is that moves with projectile invulnerability will just go through it. Things like Laura's EX Command Grab, what else? Akuma's EX Demon Flip. These kind of moves with projectile invincibility will just ignore it and pass straight through it. So something to be aware of. So Light Punch Flame is the fastest of all of Dhalsim's flames except for EX. It was the fastest of his non-EX flames. It's the only flame that will combo after down back medium kick. This didn't used to have that much utility, Light Punch Flame, other than looking for counter hit combos. But as of season 2.1, this is the only thing that will combo after down back medium kick at max range without meter. Medium Punch Flame will not connect if I set him to after first attack. You have to use light because it's faster. You can also combo into Light Punch Flame off counter hit lights. So for example, if you do something like stand light kick and then buffer into a half circle back light punch, it's kind of difficult because light kick's quite quick and you might accidentally get flame. It is a combo on hit like that you saw there. And this works for all of Dhalsim's lights. Light punch combos into flame on counter hit, crouch light punch. But without counter hit, that combo doesn't work. That's counter hit only. Something to be aware of. What else about light punch? Yeah, that's about it with Light Punch Flame. The only other thing to be aware of is it has different juggle potential to Medium Punch Flame, which has different juggle potential to Heavy Punch Flame, which has different juggle potential for EX Flame. I'll go into more detail in the combo section, but all 4 flames have completely different juggle potential for juggle combos. Light Punch is one of the more useful ones, but not the most useful. But speaking of more useful, we're now moving on to Medium Punch Yoga Flame. Half circle back Medium Punch. Now this is the one you will see probably the most in matches along with EX. It starts up slower than Light Punch Flame. It's 18 frames start up. It also knocks down on hit. It's -2 on block, meaning that it is utterly unpunishable at every range by every character except for Zangief with Super. And even then, it's not really a problem because he'll never be in range to punish anyway with that. Set to guard. -2. So it combos off most of Dhalsim's basic combo tools, specifically back medium kick and crouch heavy punch. like that, and like that. These are very useful strings because they're safe on block. So it's a combo on hit and safe on block, -2 on block. As I say, projectile hitbox is the same. All flames have a projectile hitbox, so that will neutralize stuff, but not very useful. Also, back medium punch is the other thing it'll combo off. So you can do back medium punch into medium flame. So medium flame is basically the way you want to end most of your strings if you're giving up the situation and saying, I'm ending my string. I want the chip damage, I want the combo. As I say, combo on hit and safe on block. Very, very useful. Basic combo fodder ender. Okay, and moving on to Heavy Punch Yoga Flame. This has the slowest startup of all three at 25 frames. It knocks down on hit, as with all the others. However, the knockdown grants juggles, which none of the other ones do. You can juggle into anything off Heavy Punch Flame. It is a completely free juggle state, as if you were hitting the opponent out of the air with like an anti-air. So any normal that's fast enough will connect. As well as specials, but that's in the corner only because of the distance doesn't reach far enough. It's also +3 on block. It's the only one that's plus, and it's also very, very plus considering. +3 on block. As I said earlier, it only combos from back heavy punch without counter hit, which is kind of the downside of it being so strong. With counter hit, you can combo off back medium punch into it. That also works. Yeah, so generally this is used in optimal combos, as I showed earlier. Combos that allow juggles afterwards. Stuff like that. And also you can use it in certain pressure strings. As I showed you earlier, back medium punch into Fierce Flame. This is a useful string. It's kind of risky, because if I set the opponent to guard, this string is... that's a good point actually. There's a gap in between. And the gap is, I think, 5 frames, so every character can press jab in between this string, back medium punch to Fierce Flame. But if you're confident that your opponent won't interrupt the sequence, you get good chip damage and you're +3 afterwards, meaning that back medium kick, being 6 frames on startup, is a true frame trap after Heavy Punch Flame. But if you can get them to block that situation, you can then go into back medium kick and another flame, maybe medium punch the second time, and that whole sequence, after they've not interrupted early on, becomes a frame trap with lots of chip damage, lots of grey damage, generally quite annoying to deal with. So, Heavy Punch has usage in block scenarios as a way to sort of gamble that your opponent won't react fast enough to interrupt it, and then get your good frame advantage out of it. What next? Okay, EX Flame. This is a slightly different one. Dhalsim, it starts up in 12 frames, which is the fastest of all of his flames. It also knocks down on hit. If I can turn God off. You'll see it hits 4 times rather than 1. And the 4 hits like successively move upwards, so it's kind of like a launcher. On block, this is -3. Same as Light Punch, but again, you'll never really do this one on block anyway. This is kind of the hit confirm one. Now, this is the only Yoga Flame that will combo from lights without a counter hit. So this is your optimal. This is your optimal way to end combos from lights if you have the meter to do so. Nothing else will combo from this situation without meter, so that's how it's used. It also does more damage than Light Punch and Medium Punch, and more stun than Light Punch and Medium Punch Flame. So often at the end of combos, where you'd normally do like that kind of thing, you can substitute EX Flame in to do more damage and more stun, but spending the bar. So it's kind of like just spend the bar, you get a bit more damage, a bit more stun, but not amazingly so. All four of the hitboxes are projectiles, so you can once again use it to neutralize projectiles if you want to, but not recommended. In the corner, you can juggle afterwards, but only with one thing. After EX Flame in the corner, you can juggle into EX Gale, and I'll go into Gale in a second, but you can do this. It's 2 bars, it does good damage and good stun, it's corner only, and that's the only thing you can juggle off EX Flame. Nothing else juggles. One last thing about EX Flame, the fact that it launches high up in the air is useful for Oki situations, because it means we get more time to set up our mix-ups and think, and like more thinking time, and generally more time to build up an offense. Because like normal flames hit and immediately knock down, and then the opponent jumps back up again. So you've got to be more cautious and more careful. EX Flame launches them super high. You get a lot of time to construct an offensive setup, which I'll go into Oki situations later on. But it's usually EX Flame will generally lead to better situations on hit than the other flames in terms of set play. Lesson Man, I will get to matchups later on. I'm just going over all of the tools Dhalsim has right now. Okay, Yoga Gale. Yoga Gale. This normal is done with a half circle back and punch in the air. It's sort of like an air version of Yoga Flame. The hitbox is slightly different. It's more of a down forward diagonal movement rather than a horizontal fireball. This also has a projectile hitbox. It will neutralize projectiles. I'll start off with just the light punch version because it's the most interesting. It has 13 frames of startup. However, one of the most important things about playing Dhalsim is learning how to do what we call a TK Gale. TK stands for Tiger Knee, and what that means is doing the Gale as soon as you leave the ground. So not doing like a big jump and then Gale, but doing it as low to the ground as possible, like that. Now the inputs to do the Tiger Knee Gale is half circle back, and then up forward, and then punch. So you need to just do half circle back, up forward, punch, and you'll get it as low as possible. For those of you playing on something like a hitbox, you may be tempted to substitute up forward for up, or if you might think it feels easier to do half circle back then up plus punch. Don't do that. For some reason, if you do up rather than up forward, the Tiger Knee Gale has one extra frame of startup and also one less frame of block stun. So normally this, what we call a Tiger Knee Gale, is +2 on block. You'll see at the top. It's difficult to see at the top there because the frame data viewer is kind of janky about air moves, but you'll have to take my word for it. Tiger Knee Gale +2 on block, very very useful. If you do it with up instead, you do half circle back then up plus punch. It'll look visually similar, but it'll only be +1 on block, and +1 is a lot worse than +2 because Dhalsim does not have a 3-frame normal, meaning that if you're +1 and your opponent has a 3-frame normal, they can then trade intentionally with their 3-frame normal with your 4-frame normal, if that makes sense. I haven't explained that very well. But basically, the long and short of it is you always want to end in up forward and punch rather than up and punch when you're doing the Tiger Knee version. This has a lot of active frames. Gale has a lot of active frames, so although it's +2 if done on a Tiger Knee motion, in meaty setups, in Oki situations, theoretically light punch Gale can be up to +24 on block. And that's just light punch. Medium punch and heavy punch can be even higher on block because they have more active frames. On hit, it knocks down. It knocks down. Oh, missing. And this knockdown is a juggle state, so you can juggle stuff afterwards. Although it's not very easy to do so without a meaty setup. If I, for example, do something like this, it is possible to juggle multiple Gales together. Kind of tricky. You'll learn it as you go. But if you want an easy juggle, you can just do EX Flame instead. But you do get a juggle state afterwards. What else? The hitbox on this is deceptively large, I should mention. Although it looks like the Gale is smaller than the Flame looks like a big fireball, the Gale looks like a smaller one. The hitbox is still very, very, very big. And it will often hit in situations where it doesn't look like it should. And generally, it just imagine that the fireball is like slightly larger than it actually is in terms of the hitbox. I don't have the hitbox viewer to hand. I have to take my word for it. Okay. What else is there? Light Punch Gale. Okay, one other thing. You can use this. I'm talking specifically about the Tiger Knee Gale. You can use this specifically as a throw bait, for example. Because it's an aerial move, that means that as soon as you press that up forward, you've gained throw invincibility. Because this game treats pre-jump frames as being effectively the same as being airborne. So as soon as you hit that up forward input, you're already throw invulnerable. And so you'll often see Dhalsim players, for example in set play, they might put the opponent in block stun and then do a Gale, because it's a very good way to stop the opponent from throwing, or if they try and throw tech, it beats it. Likewise, defensively, if the opponent is pressuring you and threatening like a wake up throw versus say a shimmy, you can wake up with Gale. It's very, very high risk. It used to be stronger. I'll just briefly explain. Prior to the season 2.1 patch, Dhalsim used to have a option select where you could do half circle back, then up forward and light punch and light kick, and this did Gale, and it also option selected a throw tech. This was kind of Dhalsim's equivalent of the jump back tech you may have heard of, which was removed. Now Dhalsim's was also removed back at this time, but you can still wake up with Gale. It's higher risk because it doesn't tick meaty throws anymore, but what it does do is, because, as I say, you're airborne, it means that throws will still miss if they're not meaty, and also if the opponent walks backwards, for example if they're intending to shimmy, you'll hit them or make them block the Gale, and then you'll be in a plus situation. So it's a very high risk wake up option because it has so much startup. It's 14 frames of startup, but if you do make a hard read on the opponent going for a throw or walking back to try and bait the throw, it's very, very strong in that regard because it gives you plus frames. It's just something to be aware of. So that's light punch Yoga Gale. Medium punch and heavy punch I have grouped together as one thing basically because they kind of not as useful. If you Tiger Knee them, the frame data is much worse than the light punch version, which as I said is +2 on block. The medium punch Gale, if you Tiger Knee it, is 0 on block, which is not very useful. And the heavy punch version, if you Tiger Knee it, is -2, I believe, on block. Yeah, -2 on block. So neither very useful in that regard. The main usage of these, there's two main usage of the medium punch and heavy punch Gales. One of them is as a meaty tool. Now, the only thing they have over the light punch is that they have extra active frames, and extra active frames mean that the meatier they are, the more frame advantage you get. And for example, there's a setup which I'll show later on in more detail, where you can use the medium punch Gale to be +33 on block. It's just how many active frames this thing has, it's ridiculous. +33 on block that setup is. I'll demonstrate that properly later on. So it has kind of niche uses in set play, but not a lot. And the only other usage of medium punch and heavy punch Gale is they affect Dhalsim's V-Trigger 2 differently. And I'll go into V-Trigger in more detail again in a bit, so bear with me. But I'll just show real quick. If you hit the orb with light punch Gale, it goes quite sharply downwards. Medium punch Gale will cause it to go more diagonal, more of a 45-degree angle, and heavy punch Gale will cause it to go almost even more horizontally moving, so like it'll hit from full screen. Whereas like light punch goes like almost straight down, really sharp angle. So that's like the only real use of medium punch and heavy punch. It's specific setups where you need the extra frames of the active frames, and also V-Trigger 2 shenanigans. I'll explain later. Okay, so what's next on the list? EX Yoga Gale. Now EX Yoga Gale is kind of a weird beast. It's the same input, half circle back and 2 punches in the air. But it starts up quicker than the other Gales once you press 3 punches. It's only 10 frames versus the others, which are 13 to 15 to 17. However, EX Gale is the only Gale Dhalsim has with a height restriction. So you can't actually do a Tiger Knee EX Gale. You're too close to the floor. If I try and jump and immediately do EX Gale, if I can even do that. Actually, I'll just do Tiger Knee EX Gale. I can get it now. Actually, I've got a better idea. What I'll do is I'll do it on the way down. I don't think how best to demonstrate this, really. You can sort of see that I'm doing the start up of Heavy Punch Gale just as I hit the floor, like that. And that's because there is no EX Gale below a certain height. Now, the exact height is quite low, so it's not too limiting. Like, the height is still fairly low. You can jump and do it almost immediately, but you can't Tiger Knee it. And the exact numbers on that is there's 10 frames of startup in the jump height before you can do EX Gales. But it's just something that you'll learn by playing Dhalsim a lot. It's just a practice thing. It hits 3 times. It's 3 separate hits. You'll see a 3-hit combo. It's a combo ender in juggle combos, as I showed earlier. It combos off EX Flame in the corner. It's very useful as a kind of get off me tool. And what I mean by this is, like, if your opponent's pressuring you and you just want to sort of push them away, maybe get a stray hit if you're lucky, build some space and reposition, you can just jump EX Gale, and then I'll explain that in a second. And it just puts a big hitbox out in front of you with 3 hits. It eats through armor. Things with single or double hits of armor tend to just die in front of it. It just creates a big hitbox for Dhalsim in front of him. Now, the other interesting thing, which I showed there briefly, is the fact that it can be cancelled into V-skill on block, on hit, and on whiff. So once the active frames are over, you press medium punch and medium kick and you go into the float, and then from there you can do other stuff. So that's why it's so good as a get off me tool, because as well, regardless of if it hits, if it's blocked, if it whiffs, you can cancel into float and then reassess your spacing or what you want to do next, and just sort of think about how you want to handle the situation. It buys you a few seconds of breathing space. So it's very useful as that as well as a combo tool. And also, there's no restriction on how many times you can do EX Gale into float cancel. The only thing to note is that you can't do EX Flame Float, EX Flame Float. You have to do a teleport in between each rep or it doesn't work. Let me just demonstrate that. Like EX Flame Float, EX Flame didn't work. I got Heavy Punch Flame by accident. But you can do EX Flame Float Teleport, EX Flame Float Teleport, EX Flame Float Teleport. So if you put a teleport between EX Flame Floats, you can keep doing it until you run out of meter, which has some usage as a way to float about at the top of the screen. It's kind of a silly thing, but it has some use. Speaking of teleport, that's where we're going next. Yoga Teleport is the next item on the agenda. This is performed by doing a DP motion, which is forward, down, down, forward. And it can also be a form of a reverse DP moment. Reverse DP motion, which is back, down, down, back. And then you can also activate it with 3 kicks and 3 punches for a total of 4 different versions. You've got forward DP and kicks, forward DP and punches, back DP and kicks, back DP and punches. So there's 4 different versions of grounded teleport. It starts up in 1 frame. So from the moment you hit the button, it's already beginning. There's no start up before that point. From that very first frame, it's hit and projectile invulnerable. So if the opponent is pressing a button or doing anything, even if it's a meaty, you will escape. You cannot be hit out of the startup of grounded teleport. Before I go into that, I should explain how the 4 different versions work. So Dhalsim's teleport is the only normal in the game, as far as I'm aware, that its input is not side specific, in the sense that reverse DP, i.e. a 4-2-1 input, will always move you left, and a DP input that is 623 will always move you right, regardless of if you're on the left side of the opponent or the right side of the opponent. I'll demonstrate that. If I do a 4-2-1 motion and 3 punches on the left side, I move left. If I do it on the right side, I still move left. It's the only input that's completely side independent. So just something to be aware of. In terms of kicks versus punches, kicks when used as a forward teleport will cause you to stay in front. So it'll put you directly in front of the opponent wherever you teleport in from. So if you're already right in front of them, you'll just stay on the spot. If you're at half screen, you get put in front. You'll always end up in the same spot with kicks and a forward teleport. If you do punches, you will switch sides and land just in front of them as well. Similar sort of position, just on the other side. That's one thing to know, actually. However, as you just saw there, if you're at full screen, you won't. You'll get pushed back to the same side. So this only side switches from about... I'd say as long as there's enough space, you can eyeball it, as long as there's enough space behind the opponent that you think Dhalsim could sort of squeeze in there, you will get to the other side. But if you're so far back that like there's no more room in the screen to fit Dhalsim, you'll stay on the same side. It's just the way that the hitboxes interact. So that's something to be aware of. But at most distances, forward DP and punches will put you on the other side. Now reverse DP is a bit different. If you do reverse DP and reverse DP and punches, you'll move back at about half a screen away, maybe slightly less, about half a screen away. If you do reverse DP and kicks, you'll move even further away, probably about 60% of a screen away. And now you'll probably ask, the obvious question is, why would I ever use reverse teleport and punches if reverse teleport and kicks gets me further away from the opponent? And the answer is that Capcom thought about this. They thought, well, if we just do it like this, everyone's going to use the kick version because it puts you further away. So they slapped on 5 extra frames of recovery on whiff on the kick version. So the punch version doesn't send you as far away, but it recovers 5 frames quicker than the kick version. You have to choose between, do I want faster recovery or more distance travelled for the escape? So that's how the 4 different versions work on the ground. It works the same in the air as well, actually, so I won't have to re-explain that in a second. Now, I said earlier, they're hit and projectile invulnerable from the very first frame. So you can use them to escape meaty buttons, meaty projectiles, all that stuff. However, they are not throw invulnerable until frame 5. There are 4 frames in which you can be grabbed out of the startup of this move. So if I just try and demonstrate that real quick, because it's an important thing to be aware of. I think that should work. So if the opponent does like a meaty throw or even a semi-meaty throw, and you try and teleport out, that time didn't work. It's only 4 frames, that's something to be aware of. That doesn't leave you close enough. Let's try just a tick throw, something like that. Crouch jabbing to throw, and you try and teleport out. There, I don't know if you heard that, but right there, it played the sound effect of the teleport because I was starting up the teleport, but I got grabbed out of the startup. So teleport is not a free get out of jail free card. It is vulnerable to throws during startup. As well as that, once you reappear again, you have let me see the exact number on it. I don't have the exact number on me, but it has a lot of recovery as well. After you reappear, you're not just back to neutral again. I'm going to hold up as soon as I finish teleporting, and you're going to see how long it takes. Let's do that again. So you see there's probably about a second after Dhalsim reappears in which he is still completely vulnerable to getting hit. And players with fast reactions will 100% react to this and punish you. Teleport as a reversal option is very, very risky. You have to be very sure that your opponent isn't going to be able to react and punish, or isn't going to throw you out of the startup. So it's, although a lot of people tend to say, oh, Dhalsim's got an invincible reversal, he can get out of jail free. What is this? Why is there no crush counter? It is very risky. Throw vulnerable and startup, very punishable in recovery. It's a hard read tool, but it does have use. And that's pretty much it for the ground teleport. In terms of the air teleport, this is a different kind of tool. So the mechanics of how it moves are exactly the same as the ground teleport. In terms of the inputs, the way you move, where you go, down to the fact that 3 punches doesn't move you as far back as 3 kicks does. The difference here with the air teleport is the fact that you don't have any hit or projectile or throw-in vulnerability at all until Dhalsim disappears completely on frame 9. So when you're doing a teleport in the air, you are completely vulnerable to getting hit out of the startup until Dhalsim physically disappears, and then when he reappears again 20 odd frames later. So it's not a reversal. It is a movement tool. And the other important thing that separates them is the fact that after reappearing the air teleport, you can press buttons, or you can do specials, you can do all sorts of stuff. You're not just locked into landing. And this is why air teleport is such a useful tool, because you can use it to escape situations, you can use it to start pressure, you'll use it generally after knockdowns, you can use it as your basic way to get in on the opponent. So it's a movement. Think of regular teleport, ground teleport as a risky wake up option. Air teleport, think of it as a movement option. They seem very similar, but they're actually quite different in how they're supposed to be used. What else is there? Yeah, that's about it for air teleport. I'll go into more detail on the Oki situations you can use from it in a bit. That's all of Dhalsim's specials. Damn, this has taken a while. What's this been, like 2.25 hours, and I've only covered normals and specials. This is going to take some time. Okay, V system. Dhalsim's V system is a fun one. You've got his V reversal, which I don't know what it's called. I don't know what the actual in-game name of it is. I'm sure someone does, and they'll let me know. But I do that. It's activated by pressing forward and 3 punches while in block stun and while having at least 1 V gauge bar stocked. And Dhalsim sort of flails his arms around and tries to hit the opponent. It's a knockdown type V reversal. So if it does hit the opponent, it will knock them down. And also, as you see, as with all the V reversals, it will do a bit of grey life damage. Now, the important thing here is that although the input is forward and 3 punches, let's say you try to V reversal your opponent, but you've mistimed it slightly, or you've mispredicted what they're going to do, and they didn't actually put you in block stun. If you press forward and 3 punches, you will get stand heavy punch, which is not what you want, especially up close, because this normal is terribly slow and terribly unsafe. Yoga Mala, thank you, that's what it's called, Yoga Mala. So there's two different options for what you can do to bypass this. One of them is to rather than using forward and 3 punches, to instead use down forward and 3 punches, which means that on the off chance that they didn't put you in block stun, you'll get crouch fierce, which is a much better normal to get by accident than stand fierce if the opponent is up close. The second Broski, can you show the setup you call the pseudo unblockable in the corner? EX flame. I'll get there. Setups is on the roadmap. But we'll get there. Don't worry. Where was I? Okay, yeah. So the second option you can do, rather than pressing down forward and 3 punches, is to press forward 3 punches and light kick at the same time, like this. And you see, if you press them at the exact same time, you will get a throw. However, if you're in block stun, you will get V reversal. It's a very, very useful option select. You will throw them if you're not in block stun, and you will V reversal if you are. I think this is universal. Now, although you get a throw, you don't actually get a throw tech, which sounds a bit counterintuitive. If your opponent threw you on wake up, for example, a meaty throw, and you woke up with forward, 3 punches and light kick, although that'll do a throw in neutral, it won't tech the throw. I think this is the thing that Capcom changed in Season 1. You used to be able to option select this completely and like tech throws and V reversal. But now you can only throw, but you can't tech throws. So it's useful, but it's not a perfect option select. It covers most options, but not everything. And that's V reversal really. It's quite a slow V reversal. It tends to lose to a lot of stuff. When I say lose, I mean it tends to be blocked a lot of the time rather than hitting the opponent. So yeah, be aware of that. There's a lot of stuff that like faster V reversals can successfully hit, which Dhalsim's V reversal can't, which is a shame. But it's a very useful tool to reduce stun and also to get the opponent off you. Okay, next on the agenda is Dhalsim's V skill, Yoga Float. There are 2 different versions of this V skill. It's activated universally with medium punch and medium kick. Actually, there are 3 different versions. My mistake. If you press it in the air, you will just start floating wherever you are. For, I believe it's... Let me just check the numbers on this. 75 frames, so slightly longer than 1 second you'll stay in the air for. During this time you are free to move left and right. You can't move up and down, however, it's just left and right. And at any time during this you can also press normals, air normals, and also air specials. If you do so, it'll immediately end the timer. So like, as soon as you start floating, if you press a button, you'll immediately stop floating. Likewise, if you press medium punch and medium kick on the ground, you will do a sort of... you'll see Dhalsim extends his leg and pushes himself up into the air and then starts floating. Now, this grounded version has more startup, and that leg has a hurt box for a few frames, meaning you can get hit by stuff on the way up. So basically my advice to people, and one other thing, if you press forward in V skill, Dhalsim, rather than pushing himself straight upwards, he'll sort of push himself diagonally forwards as well, from the ground. Now, as far as I'm aware, there is no reason to ever use the grounded versions, because that extra startup is considerably slower than just doing jump V skill. Like, this is much faster than doing this. The only reason I can think of that you'd use grounded V skill is the fact that V skill has a height restriction, meaning that if I try and jump and then immediately press V skill, I'll get medium kick, because I'm not at the height yet where I can float. So to be safe, you can use the grounded version to automatically put you straight to the right height for V skill. But I mean, I've been playing Dhalsim for 2 years, and I've got to admit, I still accidentally and from time to time do this, trying to get V skill, jump medium kick by accident, because I'm not at the height yet where it'll hit. So you can use it as a safety net, grounded V skill, but generally, if you're wanting to be as quick and as optimal as possible, you'll always just want to use jump V skill, whether it's forward jump, neutral jump, or back jump. The other thing about V skill, as with all V skills in this game, it is a tool for building V meter as well. If I set my V gauge to normal and then restart, you'll see I've got no V gauge in the bottom left. Now, if Dhalsim hits the opponent with any air normal while floating, while in the middle of the V skill, it builds V meter. So if I'll just show you real quick. So like, you'll see there I got about 1/4 of a gauge. The amount you build is independent of which normal you use, so it'll always build the same amount regardless of if it's a light punch or a medium kick or a heavy punch, whatever. From float, they all build the same amount of meter. Now, air specials don't build any V gauge for whatever reason, so that's just something to be aware of. No V gauge built from float specials, only normals. And also, even if the normals are blocked, you still build V-gauge. However, the amount you build is less, or quite significantly less, half as much if it's blocked. I think it's about a quarter of a bar per normal on hit, and about an eighth of a bar on hit. Sorry, on block and float. So that's Dhalsim's most consistent way of building, or its only consistent way of building V-gauge without actually getting hit, is doing normals out of float that hit or are blocked. Okay, next on the agenda, V-Trigger 1, also known as Yoga Burner. This is activated like all V-Triggers with Heavy Punch and Heavy Kick while having 2 bars stocked. I'll just change to it real quick. Yoga Burner is the easy one. It's prior to AE, it was the only one. And when I say easy, I mean in the terms of how complicated it is. There's not a whole lot to it. It's quite easy to explain. I should be able to get this done quickly. V-Gauge is Auto Recover. So when you press Heavy Punch and Heavy Kick, Dhalsim puts down a Flame Carpet. Now, that Flame Carpet has no hitbox, except on startup, up close to Dhalsim, when he puts his lips to the floor, there is a hitbox, meaning that you can combo into it, like that. The hitbox knocks down, it does 120 damage, and that knockdown state is not a juggle state. You can't juggle anything at all after that. Nothing will work. The Flame Carpet, once it's down, it will stay out for, I believe, let me see the exact numbers. 6 seconds is the exact number. Stays out for 6 seconds, during which, if the opponent is standing anywhere on top of it, they will continue to lose damage via grey life. Not regular damage, just grey life, as you can see at the top corner. If they stand on the entire time, they lose, what is that, about, I'd say about 200 damage. Let me just compare that real quick. About 200, 250 in grey life. Yeah, 200, 250, that kind of region in grey damage. This V-Trigger is vulnerable to getting V-reversaled if that initial hit connects. So, for example, if I set him to V-reversal, although Akuma has quite a slow V reversal, it still gave him it pushes him slightly forward, you'll notice, and out of the flame. So although the flame doesn't get dissipated, previously in season 1, Dhalsim's carpet would just disappear completely if he got hit out of it on startup, meaning that it was almost the worst V trigger in the entire game, because one V reversal just removed it entirely. Now it doesn't disappear if you get V-reversaled, but it is still vulnerable to getting V-reversaled, and V-reversal is generally the best way to get it off you if you block the initial hit. If you don't block the initial hit, you're generally negative. So if I'm at a range where, for example, let me just turn that guard recovery off. I try and space it so I don't get the initial hit. That's hugely unsafe. I don't know if you can see up the top there. Minus 27. The opponent can just do whatever to punish in that situation from that range. So, yeah, it's a risky V trigger. You can set it up safely off certain combo enders, like you can get a knockdown and then place the carpet safely. And one thing to notice is that although the carpet roasts you if you're on top of it, the fire effect does not travel upwards infinitely. If I set the opponent to jump, you'll notice that they only take grey damage when they're near the floor. So, like, they'll only, if they just hold up, they will only take about half as much grey damage as they would have otherwise. Likewise, they can also just walk out of the flame carpet because it is not covering the whole screen and just not have to deal with it anymore. So the most important part of using V-Trigger 1 is about locking the opponent in situations where they're stuck on the carpet. So one good example of a basic setup, and I'll go into more detail later again on this, sound like a broken record, is to land the V trigger and then backwards teleport and then hold down back, and this forces the carpet to lock them at full screen, and they can't just walk backwards to get out of it. So for example, you'll notice now that the edge of the carpet extends just about to full screen, and if they try and walk backwards, they can't escape it. Their only options to stop getting burned is to start jumping or to move forward, both of which are beneficial to you. So it's a V trigger about space control and forcing the opponent to move towards you in ways that you want them to. What else is there about V trigger 1? But there's not much else to it. It's pretty straightforward in terms of its mechanics. Being able to properly use it is another thing. It comes with practice. It's being able to force the opponent to stay on the carpet for as long as possible and then make mistakes. I'd say the most important part of V trigger 1 isn't its actual properties, but the mental damage it does to your opponent knowing that they're rapidly losing grey life. People tend to do really, really stupid things when they're getting roasted. Like, they'll start jumping, they'll start forward dashing, they see fire, they start like a moth to a flame, they'll start doing dumb things. So it's a good V trigger for trying to disrupt your opponent's thinking, just in that regard. Obviously that doesn't come into effect against like computer opponents, but against a physical opponent it's good just because people don't like to be on fire. Nobody likes to be on fire, especially not opponents. So yeah, that's V trigger 1 basically. V trigger 2, Yoga Sansara, the biggest jewel in the crown of Arcade Edition. This is what we were all waiting for, I think, in the Dhalsim community. We couldn't wait for this V trigger. Now, I have a huge section on this V trigger. I'm going to try and go for it fairly briskly, because I could talk about this one for about 45 years if given the chance. Okay, so same input again, heavy punch and heavy kick. Dhalsim creates a very, very slow moving, almost imperceptibly slow moving orb. It stays on screen for about 3 seconds and then disappears. At this point, actually I'll change my direction here. The small stationary orb is a projectile. It has 5 hits. The total damage is 50. And the total stun is 100, which is absolutely minuscule. As you can see on Akuma's life bar, it does barely noticeable damage. What else we got? Oh yeah, and it also grants no juggle whatsoever on hit, as it is right now. You can't juggle anything afterwards. Doesn't lead to anything. Now, you can also do this V trigger in the air. Dhalsim will sort of lie down in the air, pull a bit of a beach pose, and the properties are basically the same. The first activation, when you first activate this V trigger, starts up in 5 frames. It's quite quick, noticeably quicker than V trigger 1, which is useful. And then is where the fun starts. So, if you hit this little orb with either Yoga Flame or Yoga Gale, it will increase in size, as I'll demonstrate, becoming like 2 to 3 times as big. It will start moving. What else? All of the hits get refreshed. So let me show that. So for example, if I get Akuma to do something with 4 hits, like that. So it only has 1 hit left, but if I upgrade it, it refreshes and gets back the full 5 hits again. So I'm able to effectively get 10 hits of projectile if I use it correctly. Or actually 9, I suppose, because I can't use all 5 of the first reps. Now, once it's the upgraded version, it does more damage, going up to 100 damage and 150 stun. I'll show right now. It also, as you can see, it moves. I'll explain a bit more about that in a second. The way it moves can be controlled. If you hit it with Yoga Flame, it just moves horizontally, predictable, fairly slow, which is useful. We want a slow fireball because that increases mix-up potential. If you hit it with Yoga Gales, as I showed earlier, it bounces downward and it will bounce off the floor and move back upwards again. Now, there's no limit to how many times you can keep hitting it with these two specials. You can play what we call basketball, which is where you keep hitting it with Gales, causing it to bounce back down again. Or you can maybe change your mind halfway through and go for a Gale initially, and then decide you want it to be straight instead, and hit it with a flame. Additionally, even if it goes to the other side of the opponent, which I'll try and demonstrate, but this might be a bit tricky. Hang on, bear with me. Difficult with a dummy. You can still retrieve it and send it back again from the other side, and then maybe hit it with a different flame. So very versatile in how you control it. The trajectory, as I mentioned earlier, is controlled by which strength Gale you hit it with. Light punch goes sharply downwards, heavy punch goes shallowly horizontal, and medium punch is somewhere in between. On hit, the upgraded version, unlike the regular version, grants a full, completely free juggle state, so you can juggle into normals, you can juggle into specials, super, whatever floats your boat. There's also no time limit on the V trigger, meaning that as long as it's not hit, blocked, or travels off screen so far that like a whole half stage off screen, it will never disappear. You can theoretically you can keep bouncing it around forever, but obviously that doesn't actually happen in matches. But you can keep it going for a very long time. After the first V trigger disappears, you'll notice that my V trigger gauge has turned into a timer. This is a very slow timer. It lasts for a very, very long time, in which you can press heavy punch and heavy kick again, which will create a second one. The properties are almost identical between the first and the second. The damage is the same, the properties are the same. The only difference is the second one has much, much, much more startup. I'm talking incredibly slowly. It's sort of similar to Urian's V-Trigger 1, where the first Aegis is quick and the second is slow, but on a much more extreme level. The second one has, I think, like 30 plus frames of startup. It's crazy. So it's a lot more dangerous to set up, but after you've created it, it's exactly the same as the first one, and then the rest of your timer disappears. Now, the activation of both the first and the second one has, I think, let me see the exact number. I think 65 frames of starter of recovery. However, after 30 frames of recovery, after 18 frames of recovery, you can cancel the remaining recovery into any special or V skill that Dhalsim has. So, for example, I can cancel the recovery into teleport much sooner than if I just did like jump and went through the full recovery. I can cancel it into V skill to get into the air. I can cancel it straight into flame to get it moving quickly. Similarly, the air is the same. I can do it into Gale straight away. I can do it into float, into V skill. I can do it into teleport. Then I can mix that up with extra stuff, you know, there's lots of potential. Yeah, so it's a hugely complex V-Trigger. Like, my notes for this V-Trigger are like 10 times as long as V-Trigger 1. So yeah, so that recovery cancel is very important because it allows you to make it safe in situations where it wouldn't normally be safe. For example, a lot of people see the V-Trigger 2 and try and jump at you, punish it. But you can cancel the recovery into Light Punch Fireball, and that will anti-air people who try and jump. So it's very important that you... And this is something that it seems like it would be quite obvious, but there are a huge number of Dhalsims who don't know about this recovery cancelling and will do like V-trigger, wait for the full recovery, and then start doing stuff. you can cancel the recovery very quickly, and it's extremely important to know that. It's key to V-Trigger 2. What else? Okay, so one other thing about the properties of it. Although it knocks down on hit, as you see, both the unupgraded and upgraded versions, the only hit that actually changes the juggle state is the very last hit. So the first 4 hits of both versions technically don't just count as grounded hits. They won't change the juggle state. They won't mess up your combos. And this means that you can take advantage of this in several different ways. For example, in juggles, you can make it so that only the first 1 to 4 hits connect, without the 5th hit connecting, so that you don't ruin your juggle potential. So, for example, if I do something like this, hang on. So after a crush counter back heavy punch, the opponent is in a completely free juggle state, right? You can juggle into normals. Hang on. You can juggle into normals, specials, whatever. If you make it so that V-Trigger 2 only hits on the very first hit, you don't lose any of that juggle potential. So you can do something like this. See, only 1 hit connected, which meant that I didn't lose juggle state, which meant that I was able to reset with jump medium punch as an example. So that's one thing to know about the juggle state. The other is that if a normal connects on the exact same frame as the 5th hit of either version, it won't knock down, but only in that specific scenario if the final hit is on the exact same frame as another move hits. And we can take advantage of that property in certain setups, such as this one. Hang on. I can get it. Like that, you'll see that all 5 hits connected, but he wasn't knocked down because my jump heavy punch connected on the exact same frame as the final hit, allowing for a full combo where normally we wouldn't be able to do one. But I'll cover that setup in more detail later. Okay, what else is there? Okay, and the last thing to be aware of V-Trigger 2 is that in the current build of this game, there is a bug with V-Trigger 2, which can cause it to be upgraded to the larger version, but not move, stay stationary, and it will stay stationary indefinitely. It will never disappear unless it's hit or it hits the opponent. There's only one known consistent way to set this up at the moment. We get it a lot at random, without meaning to. Right now, the only 100% consistent way to set this up is to do a point blank crush counter sweep, cancel it into V-Trigger 2, whiff a crouch heavy kick, and then do a Tiger Knee Gale, which I'll try and demonstrate right now, but it might be a bit tricky. Guard after first attack. My execution's bad. I hate doing Gale from crouching moves. Something about it just doesn't work with my brain. Come on. That was nearly it. I'm not sure if it works on Akuma actually, come to think of it. I think it should. Doesn't look like it does. Let me just set him to crouch just to be 100%. I really want to demonstrate this. I don't want to just leave it as is. I'm not convinced that it works on Akuma. Alright, I give up. Anyway, the point is, and there's videos of it out there, and I might edit one in later on. The point is that you can cause a glitch to happen where the V-Trigger 2 upgrades but doesn't start moving, and we've only got one set up for it. That's basically the point I'm getting at. That is likely, I'd say, to be removed in a future patch because it's not working as intended. But I can't say that with any certainty. So if this turns out to be irrelevant in future patches, just a warning. And the last thing to say about V-Trigger 2 before I move on, in terms of its... I'm getting bodied right now for my bad execution. The last thing to say about V-Trigger 2 is that, again, this might be a bug, I'm not sure, but it is completely immune to normals that would not normals, moves that would normally reflect projectiles. For example, Urian's Aegis Reflector, Minat's V-Skill, and Abigail's Back Heavy Punch in V-Trigger 1. All of these moves are designed to reflect projectiles. For whatever reason, Dhalsim's V-Trigger 2, you send it at them, and it will just eat through their reflecting moves. So that's something to know. I see a lot of people playing the matchup who don't know this, particularly Abigail players. They see the V-Trigger 2, they start charging Back Heavy Punch, they get bodied because they don't know, they haven't labbed it, they don't know you can't reflect it. But again, this may be patched in future. I don't know if this is intentional design. It doesn't feel like it should be intentional, but I don't know for sure. Right, okay. So that's all of Dhalsim's normal specials. Oh, one thing I did forget actually, Super. I missed something. I completely forgot to cover Super. We'll get there now. Okay. Dhalsim's Super. Yoga Sunburst is its name. Yoga Sunburst. The input for this super is 2 quarter circle forwards and punch. Dhalsim breathes in, sucks in all that goodness, and then fires a big old orb. The orb changes its arc depending on which button you press, in the exact same way as Yoga Fire, in the sense that Light Punch Super goes a very short distance horizontally. Medium Punch Super goes further. And Heavy Punch Super goes the furthest. This super does 300 damage on hit. It starts up in 10 frames. It has the property where you can keep holding down the button to charge it. The longer you charge it, the more damage it does, popping out at 400 damage for the fully charged version. I think 400, let me just double check that. Yep, 400 damage. It is fully invulnerable on frames 1 to 4. So for the first 4 frames, it is the only thing in Dhalsim's entire arsenal which is fully invulnerable. And then from frame 5 onwards, it loses its throw invulnerability, but keeps its hit and projectile invulnerability until frame 9. So there's the first 4 frames you're fully invincible. 5 to 9, you're only projectile and hit invulnerable. So you'll quite often see Dhalsim's super lose to throws because they hit in that gap between frame 4 and frame 10 where you lose the throw invulnerability. On hit, regardless of which version, whether it's the charged or uncharged version, the opponent is put into a juggle state. This juggle state is completely free. You can put normals or specials afterwards, it doesn't matter, whatever you like. It is a kind of a weird super in the sense that it cannot hit crouching opponents at point blank. The exception to this being big bodies. See, well, when I say it can't hit crouching opponents, I mean on the way up. It can hit them on the way back down again, but on the way up, it can't hit crouching opponents except for Abigail, Birdie, Zangief, the big fatsos. Now, 2 things to mention about the charged version, the button holding. As well as increasing the damage, it also has slightly different juggle properties, which I will sort of explain later. but effectively the charged... let me roll back slightly. If your opponent is hit by the orb while you're charging it, so like if they jump into the fireball while Dhalsim's still building it up, you will automatically fire it. You can't keep charging it, it'll just fire off as if you'd let go of the button. But that version, even if it's fired off immediately, even if you hit straight away like this, so for example I'm holding the button right now, I'll keep holding it. Although that doesn't look visually any different whatsoever from if I stopped holding the button immediately like that, they both hit 5 times, they both do the same amount of damage. The held version has different juggle properties, it has better juggle properties, and I'll just quickly show that. If I do heavy punch flame, and then cancel it into super, and I don't hold the button, I get no juggle afterwards. Stand medium kick just goes straight through them. If I do heavy punch flame and cancel it into super and then hold the super, I do get a juggle afterwards. So that's an important part of Dhalsim's optimal combos, is knowing the difference in the properties between the hold and the non-hold versions. What else is there to know about Dhalsim's super? So, although I must say, just on a personal level, although the fact that it's an arcing fireball means you probably think, oh well, you can use this for mix-ups and you can use this for set play, that's not really the case. You'll almost 100%, I'd say about 95% of the time, you'll just use it as combo filler. You'll use it at the end of the combo. It combos off flame, it combos off fireball. It's just a way to tack on extra damage on combos usually. There are very, very few scenarios where you'll actually use it after a knockdown to try and like mix up your opponent like this. Because it relies on you knowing which wake up your opponent's going to do. And if your opponent sees you doing that, they could easily just not wake up and the super whiffs and you've wasted 3 bars. So, although it looks like it should be an Oki super, it isn't really. Just ignore that. The other thing about Dhalsim's super is it has an alternate version, Yoga Sunburst Air, which is exactly the same input and you can do it in the air. Isn't that marvellous? Now, the air version has the same damage, same properties, you can charge it. The only difference is the arcs are slightly different. You'll notice that it tends to travel sort of like more vertically upward and then come down more sharply. So if I do like light punch, for example, on the ground, you'll see that it travels in like a fairly consistent parabola, I suppose you could call it. Like it's a nice consistent curve. Whereas if you do the air version, like I did just there, it sort of goes harshly up and then almost straight back down again. So the arc is slightly different on the air version, and that's basically the only thing to mention. The air version of super is kind of terrible. There's almost no situations where you'll use it. There are 1 or 2 very specific mix-ups that you can make possible using that changed arc. And there are 1 or 2 combos that you can do using air super. Generally, because of the fact that you can cancel Gale into super, take advantage of that. But it's extremely niche. Like, if I set the opponent to jump with counter hit enabled, like you can do something like this, but that's air super cancelled off air Gale. But like, it's not something that you'll see remotely often. So air super is kind of gimmicky. Can you use it as an air-to-air? Yeah, kind of. I suppose you can, but like, the thing is, the hitbox is kind of above Dhalsim, like that, you see? So like, it's not in front of Dhalsim, it's above him. So unless the opponent's higher than you, you'll probably miss the super. So yeah. Air super, not very good. Ground super, okay. And yeah, and that's super really. Right, so the next section on my list, now that I've covered pretty much all of his tools, I'm going to go over combos. And this is basically just going to come out as a big list. I'm just going to go through them all and mention a few things about them. I'm not going to go into too much detail about them. And I don't expect anyone to remember all of these. I'm just going to sort of like rattle them off one by one. So the document with the list on them is available if you scroll down. It will also be accompanying the video so that people can refer back to it, because I don't expect anyone to remember 50 combos just having watched a video. So this is just so that I have the combos on video rather than just having them on paper. Now this isn't a list of every single combo Dhalsim can do, but this is a list of the most common ones you'll see, and there is a lot of them. Like, some of them are more common than others, some of them are quite uncommon. I haven't listed the ones that are like ridiculously rare that you would see maybe once in your lifetime, just because it's such a weird combo. So I've grouped them up into categories of like meterless, no counter hit, meterless with counter hit, 1 bar no counter hit, 2 bar counter hit, etc. So I'll start off. This is the meterless combos with no counter hit. So we'll start off with this. Stand light punch, stand light kick. It's 2 lights, 2 hit combo. Nothing particularly noteworthy about it. The thing is, Dhalsim has no way to combo off lights without spending meter or having counter hit. That's where the combo ends if you don't have any meter. Okay, so that's just something to be aware of. You can end the combo with light punch flame. It's not actually a combo, but it does chip damage and it puts you back at a distance where they can't punish you. So a lot of the time, even though it's not a combo, you'll see people do that just to end the string, get a bit of chip damage, push back a bit further, that stuff. The next combo on my list is crouch light punch, stand light punch, crouch light kick, which is this. 3 hit combo, slightly more damage, 3 lights. This is the absolute maximum damage you can do off a meterless, counter hitless light confirm. But, as I mentioned earlier, crouch light kick is unsafe on hit. This combo is only ever useful for closing out rounds or getting stunned. Any other situation, never do this combo. It's only if you need that tiny bit more damage to land the hit. It's not a very useful combo, just for closing out rounds. The next combo on my list is back medium kick into medium punch flame. This is your bread and butter, safe confirm, decent little bit of damage, -2 on block. Excuse me. -2 on block. You'll see this a million times. It's just your basic medium to special confirm. Crouch heavy punch to medium flame. This is longer reach than back medium kick to flame. It works at better ranges. It does slightly more damage. Same basic principle again. It's just a good normal to safe special confirm. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get another glass of water because I can feel my voice going again. Hang on, 1 minute. How's it going so far? I think it's going quite well so far. Taking a lot longer than I thought it would. I thought this would be like a 3-hour stream tops, but I've still got tons to cover, and I've been streaming for what, nearly 3 hours. Just gonna give myself a minute or two to recover. I'm not used to talking non-stop for 3 hours. Right, let's go. Weak. Yeah, I'm just not usually that consistent with talking for so long. Right, where were we? Let's continue with the combos. So, down, back, medium kick, light punch, flame. I mentioned this earlier. It has to be light punch, flame. It's the best confirm off a low that's safe on block. And yeah, just a good tool to stop you from walking backwards. Okay. Crouch heavy punch, back medium punch. Sorry, crouch heavy punch, back medium kick, medium flame. This is a very common punish combo used in all sorts of situations. It's a frame trap on block. It's just very, very useful. Again, it's just part of the 100% necessary tools for Dhalsim. Back heavy punch, flame, stand heavy kick. That's the optimal meterless combo without a fireball in the middle. And I'll explain that in a second. So, this is used in post-stun combos and generally optimal punishes. Does more damage than crouch heavy punch, back medium kick. So the next set of combos is just combos using fireball to allow a link. So this will be light punch fireball, crouch medium kick, crouch heavy punch, medium punch flame. So that's your basic fireball trap. You can do a slightly more advanced one if you do add a back medium kick in the middle, like that. The spacing on that is kind of specific. As you'll see there, I was too far away, so you have to be quite close for that one. And again, you have to know the frame advantage properly to get the link. And the final one is the same combo, except for we do back heavy punch, flame, stand heavy kick at the end instead for even more optimal damage. Now this combo is possible mid-screen. It's very, very tight mid-screen against most characters like that. It is possible. It's much, much easier in the corner because the pushback is less severe. But like in the corner, you can get this quite consistently from most ranges. Worth mentioning that last combo doesn't work on crouching opponents because back heavy punch will whiff. So you have to visually confirm that they're standing. But it does very good damage in fact. Let me just double check how much. 294 meterless, 540 stun. And you can also substitute a crouch heavy kick instead of a stand heavy kick in the corner. So you can do like this. And the last two more combos for meterless counter hitless. Meaty slide. You can do max distance crouch medium kick, back medium kick, flame. The spacing is very specific. Like that. And that's an important combo. But you need, as I mentioned earlier, you absolutely need to know the ranges of crouch medium kick or it won't work. And the last combo I've got is corner only, Tiger Knee teleport, light punch Gale, Tiger Knee Gale. So this is your basic double Gale confirm. This is probably executionally one of the harder combos in the game, just because Tiger Knee Gale is kind of difficult. There are lots and lots of situations where you need to be able to do double Gale back to back. You can also do it off meaties without a teleport, but again it requires clean execution, which I'm not one of the best at. Like that. So double Gale is an important combo. It's meterless, it's good damage, it's good stun, and it's often used in setups. Because quite often we use Gale as a meaty, and doing a second one combos and gives us frame advantage. Okay, next group of combos. These are meterless with a counter hit. So this is still no meter used, but requiring a counter hit. And there's this one. I mentioned earlier, stand light kick, light punch flame, only works on counter hit. Good buffer, you can just buffer that safely from maximum range of stand light kick, and it'll, even if it's not a counter hit, it still does chip damage and isn't punishable, so good tool. The next one is stand light punch, back medium kick flame. This is the most commonly used counter hit combo, particularly after making the opponent block Gale. you want to tempt them into pressing a button, you just do that. Stand light punch to back medium kick is a frame trap, so if they press buttons in between, they get hit. You can also do crouch light punch back medium kick flame, but as I mentioned earlier, crouch light punch to back medium kick is not a frame trap, so it's preferable to use stand light punch back medium kick flame. Next one on my list is, as I mentioned earlier, back medium punch, fierce flame, stand heavy kick. This is counter hit only, and +3 on block if they don't interrupt the string of back medium punch to heavy punch flame. In the corner, you can swap stand heavy kick for crouch heavy kick. Next one is double crouch heavy punch. This is a counter hit only. This is a very useful combo. It does the same damage as the easy crush counter combo that I'm about to show you, but it's somewhat more useful in some situations. Now, what I mean by that is, in this game there are a few DPs which Dhalsim struggles to punish with crush counter stand heavy kick, and one of those, for example, is Blanca's EX up ball. In those situations, because crouch heavy punch has faster startup, it's preferable to use double crouch heavy punch into medium flame rather than try and get a crush counter combo. I'll go over that in detail later on when I go into character specific stuff. But this is usually used as like a safer version of the crush counter combo. It's more consistent. It requires less reaction speed, just because of the faster startup on crouch heavy punch versus stand heavy kick. Does good damage, good stun, good combo. The next one is where are we? I've lost my place. Oh, any advice for consistently getting the flame to come out on execution? Just practice or any particular tricks? Yeah, just practice. There's no like shortcut you can abuse. The only thing to say is that you can start the input at forward. For example, if I want to do let me think, stand light kick into flame like that, there's no command normal for forward light kick, so you can start the input with forward light kick and then just roll a half circle back. But that only works off normals where there isn't a forward or back version. So for example, if you're doing back medium kick flame, there's no easy way to make that simpler, because you have to have backwards and then forward and then half circle back. So this is just practice. Back medium kick, half circle back, flame. One thing to keep in mind before I continue with the combos with that is that the cancel windows in this game are actually really long. You can delay that combo quite significantly if your execution... A lot of people try and rush it. They'll try and do like super fast flame and their input gets like all really ugly and they miss certain directions and they do bad things, but like it's actually quite lenient. You can do a fairly slow, fairly consistent half circle back and it'll still work every time. Like the cancel windows off back medium kick and crouch heavy punch particularly are quite long, so it is quite forgiving. Definitely a lot more forgiving than Street Fighter 4 was, at least. So where was I? Okay, so the next is the crush counter. Stand heavy kick, crouch heavy punch, medium flame. This is does the exact same amount of damage as crouch heavy punch times 2. The only difference is that because this is a crush counter, it will build V gauge on hit. So it is preferable, if you are confident you can land it, do the crush counter, stand heavy kick, crouch heavy punch, flame. Now next there's the slightly more optimal crush counter, which is stand heavy kick, walk forward slightly, crouch heavy punch, back medium kick, flame. Like that. It requires you to do a slight walk forward in the middle, and it requires you to start off point blank. You can't, for example, if I'm at this kind of distance, I can't do this combo. I have to just walk forward, crouch heavy punch, flame. I can't do the back medium kick. But if I'm point blank, slight walk forward, and it works. The amount you have to walk forward varies depending on which character you're up against, because it's just a hitbox thing. Generally, it's not very far. It's quite giving. As I said, stand heavy kick is plus 22 on block, and crouch heavy punch starts up in 9 frames, meaning you have, let me think about this, 13 frames to walk forward. But realistically, you only need like 2 or 3, so it's very lenient. And generally, if you're looking to improve your Dhalsim a lot, you want to be always going for that combo with the slight walk forward rather than just doing just the crouch heavy punch on its own. Now, there's an even more optimal crush counter combo you can do, but it is character specific, and It's the only character that I would recommend actually going for it against in a match is against Gale, and I'll show you why in a second. Gale's flash kick is the only reversal, the only invincible reversal I should say, that you can consistently and fairly easily get this combo against. It is possible against other reversals like Kenny XDP, but much, much, much harder. I'd say probably one of the hardest combos in the entire game that you will not land consistently. But it is semi-consistent against Gale, which is why I'm using Gale as my example. He's the only character you should be doing this combo against. So this combo is, if I get Gale to do a EX flash kick, then block. So this combo is the following. Stand heavy kick, micro walk forward, back heavy punch into heavy punch Gale, sorry, heavy punch flame into stand heavy kick. Now that micro walk forward is much, much, much more, much less lenient. Oh, sorry, TK Gallant, thank you very much for the host, man. Sorry about that. That link is much, much, much less lenient than walk forward crouch heavy punch. It's character specific. It's hard to do, but the only character that I found that is reliable and easy to do against is Gale, because he gets left so close. You don't have to walk very far to get it. But even then, you can see my consistency isn't very high with it. It's a difficult combo. I'd recommend only if you're very confident in landing it like that. But yeah, that's kind of character specific, but yeah. And what else we got? Okay, next one is counter hit confirm off back medium punch. As I mentioned earlier, back medium punch is quite easy to confirm off because it has a lot of hit stun. The same is also true to confirming if it's a counter hit. On counter hit, you can link into back medium kick, like this, into flame. And this is very easy to confirm visually if I set counter hit to random and just watch the left side of the screen. Link to crouch light kick without counter hit. Missed it up that time. Light kick. Fine. Prove my own point for a second. Light kick. Medium. Well, I'm kind of bodying myself right now. Okay. Okay. There we go. So the idea is that back medium punch should be, if you're not terrible like me, fairly straightforward to visually confirm if it's a counter hit or not by waiting for that little message to appear on the left side of the screen because it's quite slow. But usually I'm not that terrible at it. He says to protect his ego. Next we got... Okay, so next one is the Meterless Anvil anti-air crush counter combo. So if I get him to jump, if you anti-air with Anvil and you've got no meter to combo, you want to do either this, Anvil into Fierce Flame, which does more damage, or this, Anvil into Fierce Fireball, which does less damage, but it hits at all ranges. So even if the opponent's really far away, Fireball hits, whereas if the opponent's really far away and I go for Flame, it whiffs. So it's about spacing versus damage. You need to visually decide at the moment of impact whether you want to go into Gale up close, Flame up close I should say, for more damage, or Fireball for less damage but a consistent combo. You can also, if you don't want to cancel into anything, you can also just do the Anvil, Crush Counter Anvil, straight into stand medium kick is usually the most consistent. Just for a bit more damage. You can also do stand medium punch for feeling adventurous, but that has more startup. I think if they're really high, you might be able to get stand heavy kick. I'm just going to double check that. Yep, but that's only if they hit really high up. You have to visually see how high they are. If they're quite low, the only thing that will work is stand medium kick, like if they're at this height. Actually, if they're really low, you don't get anything. But you have to make decisions about how high they are and which normal you think you can get away with. But if you want to play it safe, usually your best bet is stand medium kick after the juggle. Okay, next on the list, that's Meterless Counter Hit covered. We have 1 bar combos. So I'm just going to put in like a a wild card here and say any of the above combos that or any of the previous combos I did, where I ended with medium punch or light punch flame, just swap it for an EX flame. That's the 1-bar version of that combo. Like, EX flame just does more damage, more stun, but otherwise no real difference. The only ones that are worth mentioning are this. Let me turn counter hit off. Stand light punch, stand like EX flame. This is your bread and butter. Confirm off 2 lights into EX. You'll see this combo a lot. This is often done off drills, for example. You'll see that used. You need to be able to confirm quite quickly into the EX flame off 2 lights. You always want to do stand light kick into EX flame because stand light punch isn't as reliable. Like, for example, if I'm a bit spaced away, that'll happen and the combo drops. So you always want to do stand light punch, light kick is the preferable order because it has less pushback. What else? Oh, and earlier I mentioned the meaty slide combo into back medium kick, like that. If you're not very confident about the frame data, or you think you've landed a fairly meaty slide but not like perfectly meaty, you can substitute back medium kick, medium punch flame, standing light kick, EX flame like this. Hang on, let me just turn on combo guard. Oh no, it's an actual combo. So if you're not confident that you've landed the slide meaty enough, back medium kick, just do stand light kick, EX flame. Much more safe, much more consistent. And then in the corner, if you land your optimal combo starter, which is back heavy punch flame, rather than just resetting with a heavy kick, you can substitute an EX flame for better damage and stun, like that. That's the last one I've got. But 1 bar, no counter hit. 1 bar with counter hit. Again, any combo with ending in medium punch flame, swap EX flame, extra damage, extra stun. The only one that I've got unique there is this combo here, which is a slightly more complex version of the Anvil anti-air. This is a very important combo to be able to get consistently. So that combo is back heavy punch, EX fireball, Tiger Knee teleport with 3 punches, and then a Gale. You can do light punch Gale or medium punch Gale at the end. Light punch Gale gives you better Oki. Medium punch Gale gets you better damage. Up to you which you want. Do you want damage? You do medium punch. You want Oki? You do light punch. Okay, so 2 bar combos with no counter hit. 2 bar combos, no counter hit. The first is... Okay, so again, I've kind of put in I've been a bit lazy, I've put in a wild card here. So any previous combo that ends in EX Flame in the corner, you can turn it into a 2 bar combo by just tacking on EX Gale at the end. So like EX Flame, EX Gale. So for example, like something like this. For example, does a lot of stun, a lot of damage, or something like this. Basically, your 2 bar combos are just your 1 bar combos, packing on an extra EX Gale after EX Flame in the corner. There's not a whole lot Dhalsim can do with 2 bars mid-screen, because EX Flame doesn't give you any combo mid-screen. It's pretty much only in the corner you get the extra, the 2nd bar combos. The only exception to that rule is that in the corner, you have combos after EX Fireball. So you can do Crouch Heavy Punch, EX Fireball, Stand Light Kick, EX Flame. That's pretty much the only unique 2 bar combo you have that doesn't rely on Flame into Gale. Because EX Fireball does link into Stand Light Kick. The thing about this combo is the damage isn't amazing for 2 bars, considering you're starting with a Crouch Heavy Punch. The important part is that Crouch Heavy Punch into EX Fireball is a really good pressure tool. It leaves you plus quite a lot on block, I think plus 4 I said earlier. So all you need to do is just do that. Visually confirm if it's hit or blocked, and then just Stand Light Kick into Flame after, EX Flame afterwards. So it's kind of like a pretty consistent visual confirm that's also a pressure tool. That's why it's quite useful, even though it does cost 2 bars. Okay, 2 bars with counter hit. Again, same rules. Any combo with a counter hit that would normally end in EX Flame in the corner, just tack on EX Gale. That's the answer. The only ones worth mentioning this time is the slightly longer juggle combo after anti-air Anvil, which is this. So it's the same combo as before. We end with light punch Gale, but then after that we then jump a second time and then do an EX Gale. If your light punch Gale is quite low to the ground and your teleport is clean, you get a huge amount of time to get the EX Gale. It's very easy to land. The timing is very consistent. However, if your teleport is quite high and quite bad, like this, you can't get it. So you have to make sure your teleport and your Gale is very clean. If you're too high up, it doesn't work. You have to be low to the ground and then you get the combo. And what else we got? Okay, so there is a very, very tricky 2-bar counter hit combo, which I'm just going to mention for posterity's sake. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it on Ryu. It might not be possible against Ryu. But the combo is Crouch Heavy Punch, EX Fireball, Crouch Medium Kick, Stand Light Kick, EX Flame. And it should look something like this if done right, but it might not even work on Ryu. I'm not convinced. Doesn't look like it does. You just a couple more tries. Usually it requires max distance Crouch Heavy Punch as the starter. Let's try with standing as well. Yeah, okay. So I'll just demonstrate it real quick, and the only setup that I know that's 100% consistent. Usually this combo is just a bit of swag that people do by accident when trying to pressure. It just works out as a combo. But there is a consistent situation where you can do it, and that is when you block Kami's EXDP. So if I get Kami to do her EX uppercut, you can do this pretty swag looking combo, which is quite nice. You've got a mid combo meaty slide. The damage is not amazing, I've got to be honest, considering how difficult it is to pull off consistently against other characters. But I mean, it's pretty. I'm not gonna pretend. It's mostly a fashion combo. It has some use if you can confirm it. Very difficult to confirm. You'll almost never do it on purpose. Usually you'll just kind of freestyle it as the match goes on. Okay, then that's the 2-bar combos covered. Now finally we've got the 3-bar combos. First of all, no counter hit. So again, I've been lazy. Any combo that would normally end in light punch flame or medium punch flame, just cancel into super, and that becomes the super version of that combo. So like for example, something like this. That's the lazy approach to 3-bar combos. You just tack on super at the end. The combos worth mentioning are things like this. Hang on. A bit tricky. Stand light punch, stand light kick, super. This is the only way to combo into super from lights. It requires the opponent to be standing. It doesn't work if you do it from a slight distance. Like this won't work, I don't think. Like you have to be up close to do it. It's a nasty little combo. Doing stand light kick into super is really nasty as well. You have to do stand light kick and then very quickly do 2 quarter circle forwards. But there is a trick you can do to make it easier, which is you do stand light punch, quarter circle forward, and then one forward press light kick, and then do another quarter circle forward and press light punch. The quarter circle forward light kick gives you just a standing light kick, but it also counts as part of the buffer for super. So if you watch my inputs, I'm going to try and do it here now. So you'll see I did standing light punch in the input on the left, standing light punch, quarter circle forward light kick, quarter circle forward light punch. This is a difficult combo to land. I don't land it very often, but it is very satisfying to land. And also on hit, I should mention, after any super combo that's grounded without like doing flame into super, You also get a juggle afterwards into usually stand heavy kick is the best choice for a bit of extra damage. Next combo on my list is back medium kick, heavy punch, fireball, super. Now, the reason we use fireball in these combos into super is because fireball, rather than flame, it doesn't knock the opponent down, which means that we get a juggle afterwards. If I do back medium kick, flame, super, I can't juggle anything afterwards. If I do back medium kick, fireball, super, I can. So in super combos, it's often preferable to do normal into fireball into super rather than normal into flame into super for that reason. But not always, but usually. You can also do crouch heavy punch for slightly better damage. Whoops. Crouch heavy punch, fireball, super. It's a stand heavy kick. You can also do crouch heavy punch, back medium kick, fireball, super. Again in stand heavy kick. This combo is a little finicky. It only works point blank if I'm a little bit further away. The heavy punch. Oh, let's try it again. A bit further away. Maybe Ryu's one of the characters that does work on at all ranges. There we go. If you're at max range, the fireball will not connect. You have to be aware of that. Fireball does not connect once you're a bit far away, so you have to be quite close, but it's not that strict. Kind of character dependent. Against smaller characters, you have to be very close. Against big bodies, you can be miles away, and it works fine. Put this on YouTube. I will be. The VOD is going on YouTube once this is all finished. Next combo on my list is crouch. Wait, hang on. I did that one. Okay, so this is the one I mentioned earlier. Back heavy punch flame, super. Hold down the button. Standing medium punch. As I say, it's very important that you hold the button down there because you get the juggle afterwards. EMP $10 salad. Thank you very much for the bit donation, man. Very kind. If you don't hold down the button, you don't get the juggle. This is as far as I know, this is the optimal damage into super without a jump in starter mid screen. Without any weirdness like meaties or anything. The reason we do stand medium punch over stand heavy kick is because, frankly, stand heavy kick doesn't work in this situation for whatever reason. Usually when we juggle off super, we use stand heavy kick. In this one's situation, standing heavy kick doesn't connect. However, in the corner, crouch heavy kick connects, and this does even more damage. You can do the corner version of this combo, which is this. Which does 474 damage, which I think is one of the highest combos Dhalsim has without any counter hits or meaties or whatever. That's that. The other thing to be aware of is because super travels upwards, it can be used as an anti-air. If you do anti-air your opponent, let's say your opponent wants to jump at you with jump heavy punch, and you see it coming and you anti-air with super. If I don't hold the button and just let it go now, again, no juggle. So if you're ever in a situation where you anti-air with super, hold the button down, and then you get a juggle afterwards. Okay, I'm trying to drill this into everyone's head. Broski, can you hit a jump heavy punch from minimum teleport height? I think so. Hang on. Yeah, you can. Where was I? Oh yeah, and the last one I've got, 3-bar no counter hit, is this. Stand medium punch into super. As I mentioned earlier, this is an important combo because stand medium punch causes you to take a big step forward. And then that step forward, when cancelled into super, becomes your new position. So you can use it to get close to the opponent. The best example of this I can think of is if you have the opponent cornered, for example, you can do something like this. It's just slightly too far. Let me just try and get the spacing right for this. If try knocking him down first. No guard. Right, let's just try that real quick. Is that gonna work? Not quite. So, but that's generally how it's used, just as an example. So in situations where perhaps the opponent is chasing you down and you land a Tiger backwards teleport into jump heavy punch, you can do stand medium punch super to get a confirm at a range where normally you couldn't. Like, so for example here, let's try a bit further. Like here, I have no way of comboing Ryu. But if I do stand medium punch and cancelling super, I do. And this has some uses as a punish as well as a neutral tool. I'll show that real quick. One specific example that's very useful. Rashid's Eagle Spikes. I know how much everyone loves this move. So, if Rashid does an Eagle Spike, and you block it, normally, you can punish with something like stand heavy kick on its own, but if you can't cancel into super, it doesn't combo, and likewise if you want to get a full combo, you're too far away, because that happens, you get pushed too far away to get like Crouch Fierce Flame super, and likewise you can't do Crouch Fierce super either. Too far away. But you can do stand medium punch super because of the big forward step. So useful. That's one situation where that's useful. Okay, next up we have 3-bar combos with counter hit. Again, I'm repeating the same stuff. Any combo ending in flame from the previous lists, pack on a super at the end. Fine. The unique ones that are mentionable are these ones. Usually the unique ones are the Anvil combos. So this. Like that. If you're not confident about the confirm, you can do this instead, which does slightly. I think, is that more or less damage? 429 versus. Hang on, let me just do damage comparison. Yeah, so it's better damage to go straight into super off the Anvil. But if you aren't confident that it's going to crush counter and maybe just hit normally and you don't want to waste your whole super, better off to go into flame and then cancel into super. In the corner, you can also do a kind of swag version of this combo, which is fun to watch and does a huge amount of damage, but is very difficult to land. Is this? So don't drop it. So counter hit, back heavy punch, super, holding the button as with all the setups. Hold the button. Tiger knee. Light punch Gale, and then a second Tiger knee light punch Gale. It's a combo that I love to see. I've only managed to land it a couple times in matches, but it's big damage if you do land it. And that's all of the 3-bar combos. Right. Next on my list is VT1 Activation combos. So let's switch back to VT1. So, crouching light kick into VT1. Right, let me turn off counter hit real quick. And also guard off the first attack. Now this is an interesting combo. You see that was 2 hits? That was a combo. However, crouching light kick will not combo into super, into VT1 up close. It will only combo at range. This is something to do with the way that the crouching light kick will only start to cancel into V-Trigger after it finishes its active frames. So if it's already gone through a few active frames, there's less time and the combo works. So that's something to be aware of. What's interesting is that because this isn't a combo, and likewise it's not a block string either up close, if I set them. Actually, I won't bother. This isn't a true block string if I do crouch light kick V trigger 1 on block. What a lot of people do is they don't know that fact and they'll try and V reversal, but they're not actually in block stun because it's those two moves aren't a consistent block string. So they'll try and press like forward and 3 punches or forward and 3 kicks, and then get hit because they don't know. So this is kind of from the perspective of counter Dhalsim. But if your opponent does crouch light kick V trigger and they are up close, it is not a true block string and also not a true combo. If you have a super or an EX reversal, just mash it and it'll win every time. It'll interrupt. The next combo is crouch medium kick into V trigger 1. This is basically the most common activation you'll see. It has good range. It's fast. It hits low. It's against some V reversals, it will cause them to whiff because you're hitting right at the tip of your toes rather than up close. It works at all ranges, and yeah, just very useful. And then the slight variation on that is crouch heavy punch, crouch medium kick, V trigger 1. That. Now you'd be probably asking, why would I ever do the crouch? Sorry, why would I ever do this combo instead of this combo? 2 reasons. 1, it does more damage. 2, it works at more ranges. I can't do crouch heavy punch back medium kick at max range. Doesn't work. But I can do crouch heavy punch, crouch medium kick at max range. That does work. So it's got more versatility at range. Next combo on my list is this. Stand light punch, crouch light kick V trigger 1. As before, we have to do 2 lights to push back far enough that this combo works. If you do 1 light into crouch light kick, not a combo. Has to be 2. But you'll push back far enough that the combo works. Yo, Johnny Twitch, thank you very much for the donation. Nobody works for free. That's really kind, man. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Where was I? Okay, so we're nearly there. You can also V trigger 1 activate off crouch heavy kick. Now this is kind of iffy. It does make the crouch heavy kick safe on block because V trigger 1 is +4 on block. I probably should have mentioned that earlier when I was covering V trigger 1. +4 on block. However, 2 problems with this. 1, if your opponent does anything to cause the crouch heavy kick to whiff, like they neutral jump for example, you've put yourself in for a world of hurt. Crouch heavy kick has a ton of recovery. It's going to be a problem. The other issue is that crouch heavy kick is the only normal Dhalsim has that not all active frames are V-trigger cancelable. And what I mean by this is for the last few frames of crouch heavy kick, when it hits right at the tip like that, you can't actually cancel it into V-trigger. So if you watch the input display, I'll try and hit at the tip and then press heavy punch and heavy kick, but nothing comes out like that. So you have to be aware that this will only cancel into V-trigger in the first, like, I'd say like 80% of its active frames. Right at the end, it stops being able to cancel. Don't know why, it just is that way. And the last one I've got in the list is you can combo into V-trigger 1 after heavy punch flame in the corner, like that, for whatever reason. I don't recommend you ever doing this. The damage is bad, and also doing this causes the flame carpet to be mostly off screen, as you can see, only a little bit on the screen. So you're basically wasting the entire potential of the V-trigger just for the juggle. And you get better juggles anyway. You can do like crouch heavy kick, for example. I think it does slightly more damage. Let me just test that. That's 243 versus... oh, 243. So they do the same amount of damage. But there's really no reason to ever do this combo, but just to let you know that it is possible. And likewise, you can do it off super as well, in the corner. But again, same principle. No reason to ever actually do that, but it is possible. Okay, V-trigger 2 activation combos. Let's switch to V-trigger 2. Kind of the same thing. V-trigger 2 version select is what I'm looking for. V-trigger 2 activation. So, V-trigger 2 is faster on startup than V-trigger 1, which means that crouch light kick into V-trigger 2 will combo at every range, even if you're point blank like V-Trigger 1 doesn't combo here, V-Trigger 2 will. V-Trigger 2 doesn't do much damage, so generally you actually don't want it to hit. But if you do manage to get it to hit, you can create Oki situations using the special cancel that I mentioned earlier, such as this, for a mix-up. I'll go over that in a second when I go into the set play section. Where are we at? Yeah, and the same again, you can do crouch medium kick, V-Trigger 2, that also combos at all ranges. Again, not much damage, but you can use it to start your set play. And crouch heavy kick as well. Crouch heavy kick is slightly more interesting. Because crouch heavy kick knocks down, it means that the V-Trigger doesn't actually hit if they actually get hit. So you're not using up the V-Trigger. It's still, you can do like that and then activate it afterwards. So that has slightly more interesting utility than just hitting and doing no damage. That's only if it hits. If it blocks, if they block it, it still gets used up like all the other setups. And the final one I've got isn't really a combo. It's more of just a general way to use V-Trigger 2, which is to do things like stand medium kick, V-Trigger 2, fireball cancel. Now this setup is useful because, as I mentioned earlier, if your opponent tries to jump out, they will get clipped by the fireball, which forces them to do one of two things. Three things. Block, walk forward, or walk back. If they walk forward, they're going to hit the fireball. If they walk back, you get more space. If they block, you can start your offense. Very useful setup, this. If likewise, you can also do cancel into V-skill instead. Excuse me. If you want to maybe float cancel and then activate the orb, you can do that too. Or you can teleport as well. If you think they're going to try and punish with something, like Balrog's super is a good example. If you do this, Balrog can just super punish through. But if you bait it with a teleport, you can get away with it. And that's pretty much it for my combos section. I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break, real quick, just to let my voice recover, because again I'm getting a bit scratchy. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Let me just change the stream real quick. Right, we're back. What I'm going to do for the rest of the stream is the next section is Oki setups and set play. What I'm basically going to do is just read out the setup as is, try and perform it, and then move on. I'm not going to spend ages talking about why it's good or why it's bad. I'm just going to give you like quick information. Because if I continue rambling for hours and hours, I'm going to wake up tomorrow unable to speak. So yeah, I'm going to try and do this more methodically than the previous stuff. Okay, so starting out with Oki after light punch flame with back roll, back recovery. So the setup is crouching medium kick, which is +8 on hit, +3 on block. If they quick rise, you're safe, but you are -2, and it also frame traps into back medium kick. So it looks like this. That's the setup. Meaty slide. Next one. Tiger knee punches teleport into light punch Gale. There's a knockdown on hit, +16 on block. It trades favourably with wake up 3-frame buttons, and it combos into another Gale or EX Flame on hit. Looks like this. Like that. Next we've got light punch flame quick rise. The first is down back medium kick to crouch medium kick. That will look like this. That's a same meatiness as, and all the same stuff as the previous meaty slide setup. +8 on hit, +3 on block. Done. So the next one is Tiger teleport with 3 punches or 3 kicks into jump medium kick. This is a 6-frame safe jump. That's the setup, meaning that it'll beat some of the slower reversals in the game. For example, Rashid, if I have him wake up with EX spinning mixer. Do the setup correctly. I'm able to block the mixer because it's a safe jump. Okay, next is light punch flame Oki with no recovery. So we've got crouching medium kick, forward dash, Tiger knee Gale. It'll be like this. Actually, I should have turned that off. Now I should mention before I continue, all of the setups that I list below for the rest of the stream, for no recovery, all use the same starting setups as either back roll or quick rise, meaning that if they don't do any recovery and you go for one of the other setups, you can just adapt the setup and continue. So you don't have to actually make any reads on no recovery. You just continue the setup using the extra steps. So I said 2 crouching medium kicks for back recovery. In this setup, you do 2 crouching medium kicks, react to the no recovery, then dash Gale. So that looks like this. And that is a knockdown on hit, +6 on block, and will frame trap into crouch heavy punch after the blocked Gale. Next setup is Tiger knee teleport, jumping medium kick, dash, Tiger knee Gale. So similar again. Oops. That is +14 on block, and a knockdown on hit. You can also do a slightly easier version if you're not confident in your in the safety of your dash Tiger knee Gale. If you're not confident in your execution, you can substitute it for V skill into Gale instead, which is a lot easier to do. And also, let me just demonstrate. So that's only +10 on block, but you can use forward V skill instead of neutral V skill, side switch. So you can pick which side you end up on. Like that. Although that actually missed on Rashid. My execution, man. But yeah, you can pick which side you end up on. Next we've got Light Punch Flame back roll in the corner. So this is exclusively a corner setup. So after the flame, you do dash into Tiger Knee Light Punch Gale. Like that. I set back recovery. And that is plus 11 on block. And it will frame trap into back heavy punch. But only against wake up standing buttons. If they wake up with crouching buttons, you lose. So you have to kind of make a read. If you're not confident they're going to do a standing button on wake up, then swap it for a delayed crouch heavy punch instead. The next setup after Light Punch Flame is to do a Tiger Knee V trigger 2, as in jump, and then immediately do V trigger 2. Cancel that into 3 punches teleport, and then jump medium kick like this. No guard. Do it right, like that. The jump medium kick will hit on the same frame as the last hit of V trigger 2, which, as we've discussed earlier, prevents them from getting knocked down, and you can get a full combo off it. Last setup is this, which is to do a forward dash, and then do a Tiger Knee. Forward dash, and then teleport backwards using a Tiger Knee 3-punch teleport into jump heavy punch, which looks like this. Now this is really useful because a lot of people don't expect Dhalsim to be able to hit you overhead from that kind of distance. Like, they might see the back teleport and then just sort of like assume that you're out of range. This is also useful because this will tend to beat a lot of wake up buttons. It will also tend to beat some wake up reversals. I don't think it'll beat Rashid's, but I think certainly some it'll beat. Yeah, it doesn't beat Rashid's, but I think, for example, I think it beats Nikali's EXDP. Generally, ones that go straight upwards are the ones that it beats. And also, what you can do is, if they block or get hit by the jump heavy punch, you can walk backwards ever so slightly and then do crouch medium kick from meaty, which should look like this. So slight walk backwards and then slide, and it's a meaty. And the last setup for Light Punch Flame back roll in the corner is to just go straight into Heavy Punch Flame. Easiest setup in the world. So this is plus 12 on block. It gives a knockdown on hit, which you can juggle after. It doesn't leave you in range to do throws or anything really particularly threatening, but it gives you good chip, good frame advantage, just generally a safe, consistent, effortless setup. If we're talking Light Punch Flame Quick Rise in the corner, same setup again, dash into Tiger Knee Gale. This setup works for both quick rise and back recovery. However, on quick rise, the frame advantage isn't as good. It's still a knockdown on hit, only plus 5 on block, and frame trap into back medium punch to beat 3 frame. And again, Heavy Punch Flame is only plus 7 on block, down from plus 12, but still very plus. Frame trap into crouch heavy punch beats 3 frame. Light Punch Flame, no recovery, corner only. So you can do dash into Gale. I get no recovery. Dash into Gale like the other setups, and then do another Gale. And that is plus 10 on block. You can frame trap into. I've got frame trap to crouch heavy punch written down, but that's not correct. Crouch heavy punch is 9 frames, and that's plus 10. So I think like slight delay crouch heavy punch will work, but don't do the crouch heavy punch immediately. And the other one you can do is this, which is dash up throw after the dash up TK Gale, which is a meaty throw. It'll beat wake up buttons. Right, that's all the light punch flame stuff covered. Medium punch flame, back recovery mid screen. Okay. Forward dash, crouch light punch, crouch medium kick, which is +6 on hit, +1 on block. Next one is this. Targeting teleport, 3 punches into light punch Gale, knockdown on hit, +19 on block. Very, very plus setup. You can do a second targeting Gale afterwards, and that'll still be a true block string, and you'll still be +2 after the second one. Next setup is this. Now, it looks like Tiger Knee teleport, but that's actually quite a bit higher than Tiger Knee. You've got to hold up for a few more frames, because if you do lowest possible height, this happens. You're too early, so you've got to do a slightly higher teleport into jump medium kick or jump heavy punch, and that's your basic left-right teleport mix-up. Not much to say about that. What have we got? So there's two slightly alternate versions of this combo. Rather than doing jump medium kick, you do TK teleport jump medium kick, but whiff it on purpose and then go into throw. Not a legit setup. It'll lose to wake up buttons, but it's used for the confusion factor of people blocking high and getting clipped, like that. The other version you can do is, rather than doing high or throw, you go for low. So you can do something like this. So you whiff jump medium punch, and then you go to down back medium kick into light punch flame. The idea being that they see the jump medium punch and assume they're going to have to block high, and then you land immediately and go for a low. Again, not a legit setup. Wake up buttons will beat it, but it relies on the sort of scramble and people not reacting to what's happening quickly. What's next? Okay, medium punch flame with hang on. Yeah, sorry, I got confused there for a second. Medium punch flame with quick recovery. So this setup. So that's an actual Tiger Knee teleport. So that's the lowest possible height. Can be 3 punches or 3 kicks into jump medium kick. Now this is probably the best safe jump Dhalsim has. If I can actually land it. I mentioned earlier that there was a setup that's a safe jump against 7 frame or 6 frame for the previous one. That's a frame trap, a safe jump against 4 frame reversals. So things like Gale's flash kick. Gale's flash kick will be blocked in this. I can actually land a teleport. Be nice. Gale's flash kick will be blocked. I think Ken's EXDP possibly is blocked. Much better safe jump than the previous one. You can also do back medium punch, crouch medium kick. That's a perfect meaty slide, +8 on hit, +3 on block. You can also do crouch medium kick twice. Which is... Now, here's the thing. You're probably going to say, why would I do 2 crouch medium kicks? Because this is only +1 on block, and the previous one was +3 on block. And the answer is, because of this reason. At max range, back medium punch to slide doesn't actually reach. Although it is a better meaty, it gives you the +3 on block, it doesn't work at all ranges. If you're at maximum range, you have to go for the worst meaty, which is crouch medium kick twice. It's only +1 on block, but works at all ranges. Next up, we've got medium punch flame, no recovery. First setup is this. Excuse me. Tiger Knee teleport, as before. Light punch Gale, as before. You react to the whiffed Gale, and then you do a heavy punch Gale afterwards. This one's a knockdown on hit, plus 10 on block. It also goes over V reversals sometimes because Heavy Punch Gale is slightly higher than other Gales. And as with all meaty Gale setups, you can also juggle a second Gale afterwards on hit. Next up we got this, which is an easier version of that same setup. So rather than doing Gale, you just do grounded Light Punch Flame instead, which is plus 19 on block. So, and it's easier to perform, so you get better frame advantage, easier setup. But the downside is you're left at a worse range where you struggle to like threaten with throw. You can frame trap, but there's no threat of throw because you're further away. Right, next up we've got this setup. So that's a variant of the previous setup where we do crouch, light punch, crouch, medium. Sorry, dash, crouch, light punch, crouch, medium kick for the meaty. React to it not hitting. Dash again, crouch, light punch, throw. Quite a long setup that one. But it's a meaty throw, it beats buttons. Next up we've got this one. If I can perform it properly. That's the same again, meaty slide setup, react to the no recovery, dash, Gale. That's plus 11 on block. And this is the final one for the medium flame, no recovery. Hang on. Oh, there's a jab in between, that's what I'm missing. So effectively, you basically just do the same setup again. You just whiff the jab to kill the timing, and you can do a double teleport. This is useful if you've teleported yourself into the corner, and then you want to get back out again when you realise the setup hasn't worked. So it's kind of like a second chance. You can teleport to whichever side you prefer to end up on. And so that one, just to reiterate, that one's tiny teleport, jump medium kick, crouch light punch, tiny teleport again, jump medium kick again. Okay, that's all of medium punch flame done. Heavy punch flame. I have not listed any Oki at all for heavy punch flame because it has juggle properties. So there's no point in ever letting them hit the ground without doing anything else in between. So yeah, nothing for that. Right. EX flame. Back recovery. This is the part of the stream that I knew would be the worst. Like, it's just a long list of setups, but all of these setups have uses. So like, it's important to learn as many as you can, even if it's not immediately useful. I realise this whole section is a bit of an info dump, but it's necessary really, as far as I'm concerned. I have to get it out of the way eventually. So EX flame, back recovery. Right, so that's crouch heavy kick, crouch medium kick. Again, perfect meaty slide, plus 3 on hit. Sorry, plus 3 on block, plus 8 on hit. This is the next one. So you wanna jump and teleport, but not a tiny teleport, just a very high teleport. You want to eyeball it for sort of the same height of V skill, roughly, this kind of height. And the effect it has, as you can see, is it causes a very ambiguous left-right setup where they start off on one side, but then the back roll sends them to the other side. The downside of this setup is that like it's kind of reliant on the opponent back rolling. If they do wake up quick rise, they can just wake up and press buttons and it's fine. It's definitely a hard read on wake up styles. Yo, what's up, Warlock wins? Yeah, so that one's kind of ambiguous, but also kind of dangerous. Next setup is this one. So that's stand light punch, tiny teleport with 3 punches, light punch Gale. This is a very common setup. It's a knockdown on hit plus 18 on block. However, this setup has a bug. And I can make this bug happen quite reliably, I think, if I do this. Hang on. If I make this happen, that happens. If you do the EX Flame from quite a distance, for example like a max range crouch heavy punch confirm, you end up on the wrong side because of bad hitbox interactions. It's not 100% reliable, but it does tend to happen in matches more often than I'd like, but you can make it happen consistently by doing it from 99 from the starting position and forward dashing, I found out, like that. So kind of annoying, just something to be aware of, it can happen. Next setup we have is heavy punch fireball into Tiger Knee teleport, jump medium kick. Like this. Now, although that looks like a left-right mix-up, it's not really one. Whichever side you teleport, just pick the side that you want to be on, i.e. the side that will get you furthest from the corner. It actually hits in the front, regardless of which teleport you use, whether it's same side or cross-up. So the side you teleport on is only the side you want to be on, just for spacing reasons. Doesn't change the mix-up at all. If you don't do the jab in between, does it still meaty? No, doesn't work. Because if you don't do the jab in between, they roll the wrong way, like this. The back roll causes them to roll the wrong way. So you have to use the jab to cause them to back roll the correct way. Like that. And the last one I got for EX Flame back recovery is this. So you whiff back medium kick and then just pick a side, teleport and jump medium kick or jump heavy punch. Again, that's just a general use left-right mix-up. Nothing too complex about that one. No special properties. Okay, next one we have. We're getting through it. Okay, EX Flame with quick recovery rather than back recovery. I haven't got a whole lot for this one, I've got to be honest. I think EX Flame quick recovery is like my least confident setup. I've only got 2 for this one. Unfortunately though, the same setup that works for the back recovery also works for this. So that's whiff, stand, jab, teleport, Gale. It's not as plus, it's down to plus 16 on block, but I mean still, plus 16 on block is still really good. So that's a really useful setup because it covers both wake ups, that one. You can also do, where are we? Quick recovery. Oh yeah, you can also do double dash, stand, light punch, throw. This is another meaty throw setup. Like that. Pretty simple. And then moving on, we've got EX Flame no recovery. So the first one is this. So same setup again, whiff, stand, light punch, Tiger Knee teleport, light punch Gale, react that it's whiffed, heavy punch Gale, Tiger Knee. Plus 11 on block, that one. And also this. Hang on. Try and get it once, please. There we go, finally. So that is the same setup as before. You do crouch heavy kick into crouch medium kick, react to the no recovery, and then do stand medium kick, crouch medium kick. Plus 7 on hit, plus 2 on block meaty slide. Okay, next up we have EX Flame back recovery in the corner only. This is probably my favourite setup in the game right here, this one. We want back recovery and we want to be in the corner. This one. So that's the setup basically. It looks really straightforward. So you Tiger Knee teleport with kicks this time to stay on the same side. And then medium punch Gale. Now, if done perfectly, that setup is plus 33 on block. You can do a whole forward dash into back heavy punch, and that'll beat them mashing 3 frames. Yo, what's up, Jai? That's a really strong setup. You've got huge amounts of frame advantage from that setup. The other setup you can do is this. This is a V-Trigger 2 setup. Like that. And it basically it crosses up, but they get forced out of the V-Trigger, meaning they don't get knocked down, so you get a full combo off it on hit. Like this. The setup is EX Flame, Crouch Medium Kick, Tiger Knee V-Trigger 2, Teleport. Really useful setup. And then next up we've got EX Flame, Quick Rise, corner only. Which is the same setup again, basically. Like that. It's the same setup as before, but rather than being plus 33 on block, it's plus 26 on block. So still massively plus. Covers both wake ups. It just has slightly less block stun. Still a very, very strong meaty. Plus 26 on block. Okay, and next up we have crouch heavy kick setups with back roll. Now, crouch heavy kick. I'm going to do a bit of an explanation about why I hate crouch heavy kick. The crouch heavy kick does have meaty options. You can go crouch heavy kick, crouch medium kick on guard, like that, and theoretically that should be a meaty. Do +1, I think. I've done it right. Like that, yeah. So if you do crouch medium kick immediately after, it's +6 on hit and +1 on block. The reason I hate meaties off crouch heavy kick is because they only work from the very first active frame. If I do crouch heavy kick on a later active frame, all the setups stop working. So like from here, crouch medium kick whiffs in that situation, whereas up close, works. So you have to be very, very aware of where you're spaced with crouch heavy kick, and that these setups only work if crouch heavy kick hits up close. If it hits from a distance, you've got to make up a setup on the fly or go for no setup. That's the setup for back recovery. For quick rise, you just want to do crouch heavy kick into crouch heavy punch, like that. Doesn't look like much, but that's actually a meaty crouch heavy punch. It's on the second active frame, making it +8 on hit and +4 on block, allowing you to link into back medium punch, which you wouldn't normally be able to do. Like this. I'll try and show it off. Like that. You can't normally do that. Crouch, and then finally no recovery. I don't have many setups for sweep because, as I say, I hate it. It's not a reliable source of Oki. So with no recovery, you can do the slide and then Gale. Simple as that. And that's +12 on block. Okay, moving on. We have forward throw with so forward throws in this game, if you don't know, only have 2 recovery timings. It's not quick rise, back roll, no recovery. It's just quick rise and no recovery. There's no back roll. So only 2 setups for throws. Forward throw, quick rise is kind of a weird one. There's no real consistent way to set this up. It's a manually timed setup. You do this. It's a meaty slide, but you can make it sort of consistent. And the way to do it is, after landing forward throw, hold down on your control stick and then watch the top of Dhalsim's head, okay? The second you see Dhalsim's head start to move downwards as he starts the crouch animation, press medium kick, and you will consistently hit the meaty frame. You've got to watch it very carefully. But the more you practice it, the more consistently you should be able to hit it. But it is a manually timed setup, so if you're in a crisis situation where you really need reliable Oki, I wouldn't recommend going for it, because it can be quite dangerous if you get it wrong. Okay, and the next one is forward throw with no recovery. So similarly again, you do the same setup, but then if you react to no recovery, you just dash Gale. Quite a lot of setups work the same way. You react to the no recovery, dash Gale, or just raw Gale. Usually that's the difference. Okay, next up we have forward throw, quick recovery in the corner only. This is the only corner throw setup that I use. So that's the setup. You do throw and then you go straight into Tiger Knee, Light Punch, Gale. And this is a useful setup because it gives Dhalsim a sort of throw loop. And why I say sort of throw loop is because it's not like throw into throw. It's more like throw into safe move into throw. You do throw, Light Punch, Gale, wait slightly because that Gale is actually plus, I think +8 on block. Let me just check my numbers. Forward throw, quick rise, corner only. Yeah, +8 on block that this Gale is, which means that if you throw straight away, that'll happen. They're still in block stun, so it doesn't actually work. You have to delay the throw by 1 to 4 frames, which is quite easy to do, really. It's not too challenging usually. He says, dropping it. Like that. So if you just delay the throw really slightly, you can basically just give yourself a sort of throw loop by just doing that over and over. And you'd be surprised how effective this is. Like, a lot of people get hit by this. If you can actually have the execution to do Gale, which I clearly don't. I've been streaming for 5 hours, that's my excuse for this terrible execution. So you throw, and then you can just loop it. So Gale, slight delay, throw, Gale, slight delay, throw. It's a sort of a throw loop. It's really interesting, thank you. Oh, that's alright, I appreciate it. I've wanted to do this for a while. Glad that I'm getting it out of the way, so I don't have to ever do it again. And that's forward throw, Oki. Let's go on to back throw. And the back throw Oki list is expansive and goes on forever. Just kidding, it's nothing. Back throw is one of the only things, in fact I think it's the only thing Dhalsim has that gives no Oki mid-screen. Nothing connects after back throw. They are too far away for anything to reach, and you can't teleport without them just waking up and hitting you. Back throw mid-screen gives you nothing. However, back throw while Dhalsim is already cornered does give you a bit of Oki. This is the only time when you get Oki off back throw. When you're already cornered and you land it. So you can do this, you can do Light Punch Flame, and that's +3 on block. It doesn't lead to much, but it gives you frame advantage and a bit of chip. Reliable, it's easy, it's just a nice little thing you can do. Simple. Yeah, and that's pretty much it for back throw. Back throw Oki is slim to non-existent. Next up, we've got V-Trigger 1 Oki, assuming that you hit with the first hit. V-Trigger 1 Oki. So, on back recovery, you get this. Whoops. So that's just targeting teleport into Gale. Similar to a lot of other setups. +18 on block. Very useful. Keeps them on the flame carpet. Done. The alternate setup is this. Now that looked like Tiger Knee teleport, but it wasn't again. That was slightly higher than Tiger Knee to allow time for them to wake up, and then you do jump medium kick. Similar again, slightly more awkward to perform, and it gives you an actual combo on hit, whereas normally Gale doesn't lead to anything, or if it does, it'll only lead to a second Gale at most. Next we've got V-Trigger 1 Quick Rise. Which again, we can do the same setup as before with the tiny teleport into medium kick. This. That's a safe jump. That is a 5-frame safe jump, so that will safe jump flash kick, for example. 5-frame reversals that'll be. And you can also do this. My execution has gone down the drain. Right, like that. It's just dash into Gale, which is a +6 on block meaty. And then lastly, we've got no recovery on VT1. Like that. So it's just whiff Gale into flame. That's +16 on block, and you can actually frame trap that into another Gale, like this. That's in that whole sequence from the block is a true block string. Sorry, it's a frame trap, and you're +2 afterwards, so it's really good. You can also do this. So that's again a perfect meaty slide if they don't recover and you go for the Gale setup. Just do stand, light punch, crouch, medium kick. Right, next up we have. I'm getting there. I can see the end is in sight. The end is in sight. We're getting there. 4 hours and 39 minutes down. Okay, Anvil juggles. This is specifically for a unique case of Oki that you get after Anvil combos. Crush counter Anvil anti-airs, I should say specifically. So if I set guard first attack only and then guard recovery to jump, that's probably the easiest way of setting this up. Then turn counter hit on. So this is quick back recovery setups after this specific combo. Whoops. So that combo. So Anvil, EX Fireball, Teleport, Light Punch, Gale. So the first setup, the first combo you can do, this is on back roll, say back recovery, is a medium punch Fireball into a teleport, into jump medium kick, which is like this. So that is a legitimate left-right meaty scenario. They have to pick a direction and block it. So if you've got the read on the fact that they're going to back roll, that is a very ambiguous mix-up. Often that'll lead straight to stun. Like for example, if I show the whole combo. Whoops. Oh, very close to stun in that case. But usually that's like a single reset stun if you do it optimally. The next setup you can do is from the same setup, but you add an EX Gale to the end of the combo, which looks like this. Kind of finicky, this one. You have to make sure that the EX Gale is at the right height or it doesn't work. There we go. So, EX Gale has to be as low as possible. Light Punch Gale has to be as low as possible. Very finicky combo. Very finicky setup. But if you land it, it's a meaty slide using EX Gale, float cancel, light kick drill, crouch medium kick, which is +8 on hit and +3 on block. And then lastly for back recovery Anvil juggles, we've got this combo. Whoops. And then like that. So the combo is simply back heavy punch, EX Fireball. And you'll notice that what I do is I whiff stand medium kick. Like that. That's actually completely optional. You don't need to do that at all. The only reason I do that is just to kill some frames. Make it look like I've dropped the combo. And then as soon as the second hit of EX Fireball connects, heavy punch Fireball into teleport. Now this is a nasty mix-up because he says it's a legitimate 50-50 when you tiny teleport afterwards, and this is one of the few teleport. In fact, this is the only setup that I know of that revolves around a Fireball left-right mix-up that is consistent between both quick rise and back recovery. And what I'll show you that. So at the moment it's set to back recovery, and the setup works as a mix-up. You can go left or you can go right. with whichever teleport you want. But if you set it to quick recovery, it still works exactly the same. I think it does. Hang on. Yeah, exactly the same setup. Exactly the same mix-up. Very, very useful. There aren't many situations like that that you get a really, really good left-right mix-up off both quick rise and back recovery. Usually it's one or the other. That's very, very useful. Even if it's not optimal damage, a lot of people think, why don't you just take the combo there and go into like Gale afterwards, for example? It's sacrificing damage for Oki, which is one of Dhalsim's key decision-making points. Okay, so that kind of covers back rise and quick rise for that setup. So I'll move on to the no recovery. I've already covered both of those. So no recovery on those same setups, the same 3 combos, looks like this. Oh, hang on, that's not it. It's like this. So basically, you do the exact same setup. You do the fireball, you do the teleport, you react to the fact they haven't woken up, and you just go straight into a Accompanying Gale. Simple as. +7 on block, that is, by the way. The next one is this one. Pretty much the same thing again, same general idea. React to the fact that they haven't woken up, change the setup to a dash up Gale. Like that. And that is +14 on block, that Gale. And lastly, there's this one, which is medium. Okay, Gale. Hang on, I think my notes are wrong for this one. I'm just looking at my notes, and I think I've got the wrong notes for this one. This doesn't look right. Okay, yeah. So you just do the same exact setup, same exact thing, just add in a Gale at the end. Simple as. That's why Dhalsim's non-recovery setups are so good, because he can just do the exact same setups as quick recovery or back recovery, and then just tack on a Gale at the end, and it usually just meaties itself. And that meaty is, by the way, +12. Put a number on it. Right, final batch of Oki numbers we've got here is V-Trigger 2. V-Trigger 2 combos. So we've got V-Trigger 2 back recovery. Okay. EX Fireball. Flying Teleport. Okay, so this is a really nice setup. This doesn't do much damage, but this is really ambiguous. I set them to actually not get hit. Back recovery. That's the setup. So you do V-Trigger 2, you cancel the recovery into EX Fireball, and then you do a tiny teleport left or right for the mix-up. Again, this is a legitimate mix-up. They have to actually react to which side you're on. It's not like one of those ones where it's just auto-block. Very nice. Very useful. I've caught a lot of people off guard with this setup because it's early in AE and nobody knows the setups yet, but it could get weaker as time goes on and people will learn how to deal with it. The next one is this. Hang on, not that. So that is you cancel into forward V skill, do down drill, down light kick drill, and then you do a crouch heavy punch, which is +8 on block and a +4 on hit meaty. And that's it for back recovery. For quick recovery V-Trigger 2. You do the same. You can do the same setup as the nasty fireball. However, you have to delay the cancel slightly, or it doesn't work. If you don't delay the cancel, this happens. Or luckily, one hit connected there. But if you do that straight away, both hits miss. So you have to delay the cancel slightly, or otherwise the cancel to EX fireball slightly, or otherwise this one doesn't work. Now the thing about quick rise, as I was saying a minute ago, back roll, that is a true 50-50 left-right mix-up. Quick rise, it's not. You can go to either side with teleport, but similarly to the earlier setups, it doesn't matter which side you end up on, it's always same side if they quick rise this mix-up. They're already blocking. or getting hit in this case. So just be careful with that. The only other thing to mention about that setup is it doesn't work at all if you're absolutely point blank. No matter how late I delay this, it won't work. But there's very few scenarios where that's the actual case. Usually you'll hit from like this distance and it's fine. And then lastly, V-Trigger 2 with no recovery. Okay, so same setup again. EX Fireball, Tying Teleport, Jump Medium Kick, and then we just stick a Gale on the end. That's the general rule of thumb for no recovery setups. Exactly the same as the others. React to no recovery, do a Gale, and that one's plus 12 on block. There's also this setup you can do. Forward. Oh yes, this one's kind of weird, and it uses both activations of V-Trigger 2. If I can get it. Which is to go into forward V skill, light kick drill, activate the second V trigger and cancel it into heavy punch flame. This does huge amounts of chip damage on block. I'll try and demonstrate that real quick. It does a good 100, I'd say about 100 damage on block. More if you cancel into super. It's plus 3 on block also because it's heavy punch flame. So you get plus frames, you get good chip, but it's not a very ambiguous mix-up. It's obviously just a thing to block. And that is it for my gigantic section on Oki. Good lord, that took forever. Okay. I have a section next where I was going to go into reviewing a few matchup replays. But I think I'm going to give that one a miss, actually. Because I think that's too, like, non-specific to what... Because most of the information I've been giving so far has pretty much exclusively been designed around the idea that I give you the tools and you do the rest. You know, like, I tell you what the actual numbers are and everything. I tell you what the setups are, how things are used. I give you the equipment, and then you put it all together. That was the idea. So I think I'm going to skip that because the stream's already getting kind of long in the tooth. And move on to the next section. Now this is a kind of a short section, just going over a few character-specific things that I think are worth mentioning. I haven't got them for every character, they're just sort of a few bits that I think are important to know. The first one I've got is against Abigail. Narf 64, yeah. All of the stuff that I've been talking about is just coming straight from the link at the bottom, so you can get it off that. Okay, so against Abigail, a couple things to mention. He's big enough that when he's crouching, he gets hit by Anvil. He also gets hit by Super, which is unique to big bodies. He's also the only character in the game that will get hit by this specific setup, which is EX Flame, Diagonally Teleport with 3 punches, Medium Punch Gale mid-screen, and it looks like this. Hang on, I'll get him to back recovery. No other character in the game gets hit by that mid-screen, because they roll too far away, and their hitboxes are too narrow to get hit by the Gale. The reason this is so strong against Abigail is the fact that it's plus 33 mid-screen, which allows you, if I set Abigail to wake up, after blocking, try to mash his fastest button, which is crouch light kick. I can just sort of show you how ridiculously plus this setup is on block by doing dash up Anvil and crush countering him. If I can land it once would be nice. There we go. So yeah, ridiculously plus setup. Works against everyone in the corner. Only works against Abigail mid-screen. Completely unique to him. What else is there? Oh, one last thing for Abigail before I move on. There wasn't much to cover there. His super, as some of you may know, has absurd amounts of recovery on whiff. If you see Abigail go for super, and you're in a position where you're not already doing a move and going to get hit, you can just teleport on the ground, grounded teleport specifically, and then you've still got time to do a full combo from Anvil because the recovery is so ridiculous. So, like, no chip damage required, just teleport, Anvil, punish. The super has years of recovery. And this also negates chip, so as long as you're on the ground, you can never ever get chipped out by Abigail. Or supers in general, really, for that matter. But yeah, that's the Abigail thing things I wanted to mention. Next up, we've got Mika. I might not actually go into Mika, because I showed it earlier, but basically the most important thing with the Mika matchup is that crouching light kick will low profile her drop kick, as charge stand heavy kick. And then once you've low profiled it, you can punish with crouch fierce into whatever. So I'll just say that rather than going into the character because it'll take too long. I've already shown it. Next up is Ken. And to a lesser extent, all of the stuff that I'm about to mention, or most of the stuff I'm about to mention with Ken, also applies to Akuma. Wait. Oh yeah, I did pick Ken. I thought I picked Abigail for a second there. So Ken and Akuma, and also I think Rashid, all of their EX reversals cause them to move forward horizontally, and lots of Dhalsim's Gale setups can be abused to allow you to do meaty Gales that also avoid reversals, and I'll demonstrate that by doing a wake up EX DP with Ken. Particularly in the corner this is. So if I land this setup, back recovery, cool. So that's just a basic meaty setup. You do medium punch flame, dash, light punch Gale. It's very plus on block, and it also completely ignores Ken's EXDP. Very useful, completely safe against Ken's reversal options. This also applies exactly the same as to Akuma's EXDP and also Rashid's EXDP. The other thing to mention is that for whatever reason, there are also situations where Ken's EXDP will despite being fully invulnerable, it'll trade for basically no reason with Gale. I haven't worked out why this happens yet, but I found a way to consistently do it. Let me just bring up my spreadsheet to remember what it is. Medium punch flame, teleport, light punch Gale. Okay, so for example here, if I do this, hang on, you'll see that for whatever reason I did a meaty Gale. It traded with Ken's EXDP. Now I've gotten away with murder on several occasions, just abusing this fact. It doesn't always happen. If I do that exact same setup mid-screen for whatever reason, like this, same exact setup, EXDP wins. In the corner, or but not specifically in the corner, but more often than in the corner than anywhere else, Ken EXDP will trade with Gale, favourably for Dhalsim, I might add. Yeah, and that's, I think, everything about Ken I wanted to mention. Oh, one last thing. This is kind of universal, but it's useful to know. If you're doing a setup against Ken, and maybe you safe jump him for whatever reason, and you get him to do EXDP, you can always dash up and put him back on the right side again. So, how do I demonstrate this? Like that. After the second rep, you can always do a dash under. And it still allows you to get a full crush counter punish. You can even get the optimal stuff. I think that's universal, but it's just good to know. Okay, moving on. So I've got Akuma on my list, but as I said, everything I just mentioned also applies to Akuma in terms of the XDP losing to Gale. So I'll move on. Cammy. Again, I already mentioned Cammy, so I'm not going to go into that. I said earlier that You've got a unique punish on her EXDP, which is Crouch Heavy Punch, EX Fireball, Stand Light Kick, EX Flame. Sorry, that's not right. I've got my notes wrong. Crouch Heavy Punch, EX Fireball, Crouch Medium Kick, then Stand Light Kick, EX Flame. I'll just correct that in my notes real quick. Okay, that's covered. Vega. I didn't want to go too in detail about specific characters' punishes in terms of punishing specific moves. But there is one move that a lot of people have trouble with, and that's EX Wall Dive Slash. And Dhalsim has a good couple of answers for it.
Toss away ego to attain.
So if I just get him to do one of those. That doesn't look very good actually. Let me just do that again. Get a better recording. Yeah, I'll do. So against Wall Dive Slash, my favourite answer is Crouch Heavy Kick. Now, you'll notice that Crouch Heavy Kick trades, but the trade is incredibly favourable for me. If I pause, I took about 1 jab's worth of damage, whereas he took an entire Crouch Heavy Kick. And because of the trade, I now have huge amounts of time to recover and start setting up Oki. I can do like 4 dashes before Vega gets a chance to even wake up, and teleport twice. You know, I get hugely good Oki because of the trade. Like, it's almost intentional. If you're in a position where you don't want to trade and your life's on the line, you can always just target and teleport, although it doesn't generally leave you in range to actually punish with much. You can also do jump back medium punch into float as of AE. This is the newest hot punish. And also back medium punch works as well, but I wouldn't recommend back medium punch too often because it's side specific, meaning that if he crosses you up and you try and press back medium punch, it'll turn into forward medium punch, and you don't want to be doing this. So just be aware of that. Okay, Vega done. Next character, who we got next? Necalli. So this is an interesting one, this actually. So against Necalli, one of the biggest problems people have, particularly using V-Trigger 2, is the fact that Necalli stomps, his ground pound, his V-skill Seismo, whatever you want to call it, can hit you behind the fireball and mess up your day. So for example, I set up the fireball, start following it in, and then Necalli just goes, nah, fuck that, we're doing this instead. Well, whatever the right strength is, I guess forward plus V skill. So like, that's kind of an annoying thing to deal with. However, what's interesting is, if you set Dhalsim's V-Trigger 2 very close to the floor, using a setup like this, so it's travelling much lower than normal, you see it's kind of skidding along the floor, it causes an interesting interaction with Necalli's ground pounds. And that is that, I'll show you in a sec, Necalli's ground pounds have an interesting property where they can trade with projectiles and they can hit opponents, but they can only do one or the other. Meaning that if you and a projectile are standing on top of one another, i.e. I'm standing on top of my V-Trigger 2 as I follow it in, like if I just start walking forward to follow the V-Trigger 2 in, if he tries to do the ground pound to punish and knock me down, it actually prioritizes, and it will always prioritize hitting my V-Trigger 2 fireball before hitting me. So if I just demonstrate now with a V skill, got the spacing wrong. Let me try that again. Try and show that all in one go. I want to try and overlap myself with the fireball, so about there. This is kind of a pain to do in training mode, but it's pretty consistent in matches. Right, let's try that. So close to getting the footage I need. Okay. There, finally got it. So you see that I did the closest possible V skill, and it prioritized the fireball over hitting me. Meaning that as long as the V-Trigger 2 is as low to the ground as possible, or fairly low to the ground, the projectile hitbox of Nakai's ground pound will always prioritize that instead of you. Is very useful. So yes, that's my Nakali tip. Next character on my list is Gale. I already went over this earlier. I went over quite a lot of this earlier actually when I was doing other character stuff. Gale is the only character who you can consistently land the optimal crush counter combo on, but again, covered it earlier. Rewind if you missed it. It's a standing heavy kick, micro walk, back heavy punch, fierce flame, stand heavy kick. Okay, next up is Zangief. I won't go into this one either because it's just a quick note. Anvil / super will hit crouching. That's all there is to it. He's a big body. That's all I need saying. Bison EX Devil's Reverse. Now this is another normal that again I feel is necessary to just go through punishes and escapes for because it's such a difficult thing to deal with. So, if I just record a EX Devil's Reverse. So there are different ways you can approach EX Devil's Reverse. You can either try and just anti-air it traditionally, which is not a good idea because if you try and anti-air the head stomp, but what it comes down to is, have you read that they're going to EX Devil's Reverse? And if not, you're making a big risk. So, back medium punch will beat it consistently if you're sure they're not going to do EX head stomp. But if you think they're going to go for EX head stomp, this happens and you're left in frame disadvantage city. The best options I find are to go with slides instead. Now, heavy kick slide wins fairly consistently. This is probably the best choice for EX Devil's Reverse punishes. It can trade sometimes, but even if you guess wrong and you do it too early, at least you escape. Like, you get out of the situation. So if you think, oh, he's going to EX head stomp, but he doesn't, you're still in a good situation. The other thing you can do, which is harder to do, but gives you a better reward, is to do a very, very late crouch light kick, slide under to the other side, and then punish, like this. Hang on. Punish is quite tight. Like that. So you can't even really see it because I'm off screen, but you have to do the late crouch light kick and then you can get a punish. But it's difficult, because especially since Bison has control in the air over where he moves slightly. He can shift forward or backwards a little bit. It's kind of risky, but it's a sort of risk reward thing. You pick your risk reward. What do you do versus Alex head grab and stomp? Guess same slide. No, the thing is, because Alex head grab and stomp, you can just float and you'll beat both of them. Because Alex's stomp can't hit you out of the air, and Alex's grab can't grab you out of the air either. Like, neither of them beat being in the air. So as long as you float, you can't get hit by either of them. Right, next character. Birdie. Birdie's an interesting one because basically Birdie comes down to one setup that I covered earlier, which I mentioned is probably my favourite setup. It's especially potent against Birdie. How long is the tutorial? I'm probably nearly done. I've probably only got like 15 minutes left, really. It would have been a good hour longer if I'd bothered to do the replay analysis bit, but I decided to cut that out because just a bit too much for one take. So yeah, I might include that in the edit in YouTube afterwards if I can be bothered. Okay, so against Birdie, I mentioned previously that there is a setup you can do which gives you plus 33 on block in the corner. Which is this: EX Flame, Tiny Teleport, Medium Punch Gale. Now this is a very, 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 very useful setup against Birdie in the corner, because this beats every single thing Birdie can do. I'm not just saying like it beats almost everything, it beats everything. If I set him to wake up with Super, This is a safe jump, and it doesn't work. Hang on, I didn't even set him to do it. Set wake up actions, there we go. Safe jump, doesn't work. If I set him to do, let's say, wake up bull head, because that's, you think, oh, that's a meaty Gale, he can just projectile invulnerable through it. Makes sense. Doesn't work. He just gets hit on startup because that's not projectile invincible from the first frame. Beats that. What else? V reversal. Let's say he blocks the setup and decides to V reversal it. Odd wake up actions, none. So no wake up actions. Let's say he wants to V reversal to try and safely get out of the situation. Oh, I should add that you also have to do a throw and then crouch heavy punch in the setup. So you do throw, crouch heavy punch. I'll just show that again without the V reversal, just because I forgot to mention that at the beginning. So after the medium punch Gale, you do whip throw into crouch heavy punch. Like that. Now, throw into crouch heavy punch after that setup is actually a frame trap, meaning that after the Gale, if you whiff throw and then do crouch heavy punch, you'll actually frame trap any button he presses afterwards. If he's mashing buttons at all, he will get hit. But he's not mashing buttons, and as you just saw, if he goes for V reversal instead, he still gets caught because the throw catches him. So the throw is interesting because it's used for both killing frames for the meaty crouch heavy punch, but also it catches him out of his V reversal. And time it right. Like that. And lastly, what I hear you saying, what if he does a wake up armored move in V trigger? For example, if I get him to do wake up EX bullhead in V trigger, which is armored from the first frame. If I get him to do that. Oh, hang on, that's bullhorn. Good point. Bullhorn also. Same exact setup. Oh, wait. I love this setup so much because I hate the birdie matchup, and it beats everything. See? So what happens there is, he absorbs the medium punch Gale, takes a bunch of grey life, and then immediately gets thrown afterwards out of the armour. Does a big chunk of damage, no risk at all to Dhalsim, beats his wake up choice. Like that. It happens in a flash, you can't even really see what's happening. It's like comboing into throw almost. And then after that we have... Damn, how do I do wake up EX bullhead without getting EX bullhorn? Maybe I'll hold down the button? Let me think about this. How the hell did you wake up EX bullhead without getting EX bullhorn? Okay, hold down the button. Cool. And then go into V trigger. Then come back out of V trigger. And okay, so this is wake up EX bullhead in V trigger. Same exact thing again. He's armored, but he gets grabbed out of it. And last but not least, wake up bullhorn in V trigger. Wake up bullhorn requires V trigger active. Do that. Hang on. Wait, he didn't do it. Why didn't he do it? Okay, he's doing it now. Cool. This is the last thing to test with Birdie. Or to show, I suppose. Same exact setup. Once again, he tries to armor through it, gets grabbed. So, as I say, this setup beats everything. It beats Wake Up Super, it beats Wake Up EX Bullhorn, it beats V Reversal, it beats Wake Up V Trigger 1 EX Bullhead, it beats regular Bullhorn both in V Trigger and out of V Trigger, it beats Wake Up Buttons after blocking because it's a frame trap. This setup is great against Birdie. it beats everything he has. Everything. He has no choice but to block. That is the only option available to him. Can't even be reversal. So yeah, very useful. Worth mentioning. Also, last thing before I forget about Birdie is that he's also a big body. As I mentioned earlier, he can get hit by Anvil and super crouching. I can't remember if I already said that. But yeah. Right, last character I want to go through for character specifics is Blanka, the latest addition to the cast. And it's one thing specifically about Blanka that's a pain for Dhalsim to deal with. So, Blanka's EX reversal, the up ball as it's known, is actually a real pain for Dhalsim to deal with. Not because he can't punish it, but because the punishes are really, really inconsistent. The most consistent option is to forward dash and then double crouch fierce into flame. Like, that works at most ranges, but even then, not all ranges. If you high block at a certain distance, it can stop working. I'll see if I can get that to happen. Yeah. So, like, I'm not sure exactly what causes it, but at certain ranges, and depending on whether you high block or low block, you can get into situations where that doesn't work. So, your options here are basically double crouch fierce after dashing. If you try and stand heavy kick, this is what happens. Way too far away, can't get anything afterwards other than a second stand heavy kick, for example. You don't really want to do this unless you just need it to finish off the round. It's a safe finish. The absolute safest option you can do really is just walk forward, crouch heavy punch. Like, that works at all ranges consistently. It doesn't do much damage. And in fact, it's basically the same as doing this. Like, in fact, that's probably better to do because it's more damage. What you can do, if you're feeling particularly fancy, is after blocking, take a micro walk backwards, stand heavy kick, and then meaty slide combo into stand light kick. It's kind of finicky. You have to take a slight walk backwards after blocking it. That was it. I messed up the combo, but that was it. Can't even get links anymore. Coming towards the end of the stream, I need forgiveness, and that's the combo. So that one's moderately consistent. It's kind of difficult. You've got to eyeball how far to walk back, but if you practice it a lot, I think you can get it consistently. So that's what I wanted to mention about Blanka. But basically, what the long and short of it is that his EX up ball is a real pain to punish consistently with max damage. But those are some options you have against it. Okay, so the last thing I want to mention is just a quick list. This is the part where I send you off out into the wild to learn Dhalsim with all the information that I've given you. This is just a quick list of Dhalsim players that I think are notable at the moment. This is not necessarily just a list of players that I think are good or bad, or that they're players who like should be included or shouldn't be included. Don't take it personal. This is just a list of some players that came to my head, separated by region, okay? So, in North America, I'd say the Dhalsim players to watch are Filipino Champ, also known as F-Champ Ryan, whatever he goes by on Twitter. TS Sabin, also known as Arturo Sanchez, he's been in chat. Danka Diaz, he's also been in chat. Commander Jesse, very strong Dhalsim. And Magnegro, also very good. I think he was in chat earlier. In Latin America, there is Didimo KOF, and I think that's it. I've looked on CFN. I can't find any other Dhalsims who are really looking threatening other than Didimo, but Didimo is really, really good. He got into Capcom Cup last year. In Europe, there is Mr. Crimson, who also plays Laura, but I think he plays mostly Dhalsim lately, but he's very strong. There's myself, without wanting to toot my own horn too much, but I think I'm okay. And Yoga Patate, who's definitely been improving rapidly lately. And then lastly, in Asia, the Dhalsims to look out for is YHC Mochi. He's been playing Dhalsim forever. I think YHC Mochi is NuckleDo's #1 favourite player of all time, to give you some perspective, even if you haven't heard of him, perhaps. Save, who is a Korean Dhalsim, who I think is really, really good. I think he's He's kind of fell off the character a bit after the end of Season 2, but I think he's starting to grind for CPT again, which is good to hear. Taiwan Daimon is good. IYO / In Your Opinion, he goes by a few different names. Game 2 Hito. He's good. And lastly, Torime Singo. I probably butchered the pronunciation there. You can find most of these people on CFN if you just search their names. All of this is in the document. As I say, the document will be linked with the YouTube video. You can find all the accompanying information I've put there. This isn't just a big info dump. All of it's written down as well, so don't worry if you haven't remembered it all. You won't be deducted points. It's fine. I guess the last thing I just wanted to ask is if anyone has any burning questions that they've been holding off for the entire stream, if they haven't found a good time to ask. This is just sort of me wrapping up, really. Oh, one last thing I want to show. This is just a dumb setup. I say dumb, it's a really strong setup, which was discovered fairly recently, known as the double cross-up. And basically, in any situation where you can make the opponent block a fireball in the corner with their back to the wall, like that for example, if you do a high teleport with 3 punches just as the fireball hits, and then jump heavy kick, like this, that doesn't look very complicated in terms of a mix-up, but this is actually a really nasty setup because the fireball hits cross-up. They have to block behind as if I was in the corner, and then the jump heavy kick hits same side. So although it looks like a pretty straightforward setup, if I can actually get it to land like that. Although that looks like a pretty straightforward setup that just stays on the same side the entire time, you actually have to block cross-up and then same side, one after the other. Really nasty setup. Fairly recently been popularized, I suppose. Everyone's using it. You'll see it a lot in the near future. Okay, questions, right. Yeah, Nightcross is good. Nightcross. How will this be put out there? YouTube, I think I said was the plan. That's what you meant. Yes, Nafu, good shout. Did I cover same jumps? Do you mean safe jumps? If you're asking about safe jumps, yes. In the Oki section, I mentioned about 2 or 3 safe jumps Dhalsim has. Yeah, there's a couple of safe jumps in the mix. Right. So, geez, that took a very long time. Edited or unedited? I'm not sure what I'm going to do quite yet. I might just leave it to sit for a few days and recover before I decide how I'm going to put it on YouTube, whether I'm going to edit it or just dump it. I'm feeling kind of lazy at the moment, but we'll see how I feel in a couple of days once things have settled a bit. But yeah, I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to cover. As I said, once more, just to reiterate, the point of this stream wasn't to go into detail about the mindset, I suppose, of like matchups and things. It was more to just cover Dhalsim's tools in terms of his normals, specials, game plan, overall, and set play, and a few character-specific things that I thought were important to mention. And I think I've covered most of that, so I guess I'll start wrapping up then. Damn, this is 5 hour, 22 minutes. This has been a long project, I must say. Ironically, I've got far fewer viewers than I would if I just streamed ranked. But I'm not too bothered. Viewers, schmewers. A lot of people have subbed and donated, which is very kind, so that's fine. Yeah. So I'll find someone to host before I finish. Let me just have a look who's streaming. Okay. I'll host Alex Myers. Alright, so I'll just do the sign-offs as usual. Thank you very much to everyone who tuned in. I know this was a very long stream. It was quite boring at times, but it's I hope it was at least informational, if that's a word. I can't even remember if that's a word right now. My brain's kind of fizzling out. it took a lot of work to put together all of these notes, and a lot of work to get the stream up to scratch. If you like what you saw, please follow me on Twitch, subscribe, donate, all that stuff. You can also follow me on Twitter. There's a link at the bottom of the screen if you scroll down slightly to my Twitter page. I always tweet out before I start streaming, so you can use that as the signal for when things start. And I will see you guys later. Have a good one. I'm just going to leave it a few seconds before I hit host, because usually what happens is I hit host and then I get cut off mid-sentence because the stream does something weird. So I'm just going to stand in silence for about 15 seconds.